up in traffic with the Epic folks. So with 9,000 people here for an Epic conference, that means board members have been challenged.
Can't he just weave in between traffic?
Yeah, you would think with his motorcycle he could. So that means there's plenty of time to get some coffee, get to the restroom. Fortunately, we have the locks fixed. If you showed up here around 8 o'clock, you would not have gotten in the building. Yeah. Read. I have one. Okay, just so you know. Oh no, I'm sorry. I have. Judge Volke's not here, but
Ask the director if the appropriate meeting notice has been issued.
the appropriate meeting notice has been posted as required. I would draw board members' attention to your red open session folders that there are handouts for item G, public comment on e-poll books. I believe there are 3 different handouts, one from the League of Women Voters, one from Sheboygan County, and one from City of Sun Prairie. We also have an agenda item, copy of the ES&S approval letter that went out for an engineering change order, and budget to actual operating results are in your handouts for the open session of the meeting. Those were emailed to Judge Lemalis and Judge Barlam if you want to look at them. I did send a PowerPoint presentation out that will be demonstrated. It's very brief. It's about 8 slides that you can look at on your computers when we get to that portion of the agenda. With that, Judge, we can go to the minutes.
Yeah, the minutes of the previous 2 meetings, June 18th and July 13th. Is there a motion?
I'll move the approval of the minutes.
Moved by Judge Freilich. Is there a second?
Second by Barlin.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? And the minutes are approved. And we go to personal appearances. We have a limit of 5 minutes in terms of personal appearances, but we very much welcome the public to hear what they have to say and what they're concerned about. So we'll call on the order of the.
So I have personal appearances, 7 of them, and let me just review so that you're ready. We'll start with Marianne Hansen, followed by Andrea Kaminsky. Then we go to the county clerks, and I guess that means there's really only 5. Lisa Freiberg, Scott McDonald, and Sandy Juneau. So I guess I can't count. Don't put me near a ballot box.
A little bit of navigating to get up there. I would just tell the other speakers to watch the cords.
Yeah, Mary Ann, just look for that cord right there too.
Thank
That will knock out the whole conference
Curl my
system.
hair, would it? Okay. Good morning, and unfortunately passing out papers again. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. My concerns are related to the ongoing quest to proceed with the development of standards for e-poll books. The GAB staff has already a major responsibility to ensure a successful implementation of the voter ID law during the 2016-17 elections. As I read over the agenda materials and the staff report that the current SVRS system will require an apparently much-needed major overhaul in the months prior to the 2016 elections, I urge caution regarding any other major changes that clerks, poll workers, and voters will need to cope with during what will be a very heavily voted election, the 2016 presidential. In the agenda materials discussing the overhaul of the SVRS system, the staff raises concerns about unforeseen problems that may require fine-tuning to work out unexpected glitches. And I'm quoting from page 64, the second to the last paragraph. The staff frequently identify problems after changes are implemented, regardless of the thorough testing process. Unforeseen glitches can put a great deal of pressure on the clerks as they prepare for any election, but especially for a presidential election. 2 previous motions to pursue the use of staff time to develop standards for the e-poll books have not received the required 4 votes from the board members to proceed. The polling of clerks documented in the agenda materials today showed a response from 806 out of the 1,852 municipal clerks in Wisconsin. 81% indicated they knew very little about e-poll books. 18% indicated they didn't support the development of standards at this time, with another 15% reported having no preference regarding the development of the standards. 29% were not currently interested in having the option to use e-poll books, and 13% had no preference related to the use of e-poll books. Not a high priority issue. Changing the traditional use of paper poll books to e-poll books is a major change in the Wisconsin election process that will put more pressure on clerks and poll workers no matter when it occurs. Paper poll books would continue to need to be prepared in advance and available at each polling place as a backup so voters are not delayed unnecessarily by unforeseen glitches. Several counties are currently purchasing new election machines to be used during the presidential election. This too will put pressure on poll workers who will need to be retrained to use this new equipment. Problems or glitches, machine malfunctions, and user errors may be anticipated. These glitches can cause the long lines at a polling place or even shut down a polling place until corrected. This is during an election where voter lines have historically been long, and it will cause stress and problems. For the required county canvass process, one of the two currently printed poll books from each polling place is delivered to the canvass and used to verify the reported vote count. How will e-poll books impact on materials used to conduct a canvass? And would e-poll books require changes to our recount process? If e-poll books are to be considered, do not introduce them as a pilot program during the 2016 elections. Do it after the 2016-17 election cycle. And thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Evidently not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Next, Andrea Kaminsky.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Wisconsin. I'd like to clarify a number that was provided by the League in testimony at your June 18th meeting, and then speak briefly in support of e-poll books. At that June 18th meeting, League volunteer Marion Matthews spoke to you about the need for a sufficiently funded TV, radio, print media campaign to inform voters about the requirement to show a voter photo ID in order to vote. She noted that there are at least 9,000 registered voters in Dane County who have voted recently, but whose registration indicated they did not possess an acceptable photo ID. Because there were questions about that number, I wanted to let you know how it was derived. Earlier this year, the GAB provided a list to Dane County Clerk Scott McDonald of voters who registered after 2006 and who did not provide a Wisconsin driver license or state ID number when they registered. Given that it was required beginning in 2006 to provide such a number, if you have one, upon registering to vote, it's reasonable to conclude that these individuals did not have a Wisconsin driver license or state ID at the time they registered. The list was further narrowed to people who voted in excuse me, in November 2014 and spring 2015, and the resulting list had about 9,775 voters in it. The GAB has also produced a file of some 22,000 post-2006 Dane County registered voters who can be assumed not to, or who did not provide a Wisconsin driver license or state ID number, but that list would also include people who were not those recent voters. And there's yet another list of 97,000 Dane County registered voters who don't have a driver license or state ID number on file, but if they registered before 2006, then they may or may not have had an ID at the time they registered, and we wouldn't know. So it's not clear, but we concluded that 9,000 was a conservative number. As for e-poll books, the League of Women Voters supports the use of electronic poll books based on our belief that election administration should be adequately coordinated and funded to achieve both uniformly applied statewide standards and local municipal effectiveness. At a time when Americans use computers for so many activities, it only makes sense to adopt current technology to make voter registration more accessible and accurate, and polling place administration more efficient. Electronic poll books offer many advantages, and we urge you to support their use by those clerks who wish to implement them. Thank you.
Any questions? John?
We just heard from Ms. Hanson about the concerns about timing, perhaps more than whether e-poll books are a good idea. Do you think there is a county like Dane County or some other county that could handle a pilot program now, along with voter ID problems and SVRS updating, or is this something that ought to wait?
We think it should be encouraged. There certainly are glitches with paper poll books as well. Ms. Hanson suggested having backup paper poll books just in case. That's probably a good idea on a new trial. But I guess I would leave it to the clerks, or I would ask the clerks if they're prepared to do that kind of pilot.
I would compliment the league for sending your presentation to the board early, because we get it by email and it allows us then to review it prior to your coming here. And I would just encourage others who are going to appear, if you want to have the same courtesy from the board, you can just file your statement earlier, and it'll be emailed out to us so we can consider it even before we come to the meeting. So.
Thank you, Judge Nickel.
Next, we have Lisa Freiberg, the Fond du Lac County Clerk.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I seem to see you a lot lately.
Oh, boy.
You're in trouble.
Yes. I'm here this morning also to speak on behalf of the e-poll books. Looking right at your board materials on the survey, I feel the GAB did a great job of sending this out and try to get as many participants in this. If you figure that out just for the municipal clerk part of it, 42% did respond to this. That's a good response, I feel, working with our municipal clerks and their busy, tight schedules. I followed along on the responses to it and read a lot of them and saw the concerns and also the positive feedback to it. As far as a lot of them said, what are the standards? When I was reading over that, is it who's responsible for costs? I look at it, it's too bad we didn't implement this maybe earlier this year, because my budget is done for 2016. So, but if there was a pilot program available in Fond du Lac County, would I consider it? Absolutely. But this is still a municipal level also, but I know some of my municipal clerks are interested in it. But looking at the survey, do you support having the GAB develop standards and procedures? I think those are our main words right now, is standards and procedures. What are the standards and procedures? By you allowing the GAB staff, to move forward, we can start these standards and procedures so we know where we're at. But 67% of the group said they want the GAB to move forward. Are you interested in having the option? 58% said yes. 58%, 29% said no. But if you read the survey more, went online, you'd see it was because of possible costs or possible of the age of our election officials. But once again, we don't know. And are you interested, this one really got me, are you interested in learning more about e-poll books? 77% said yes. So yes, it sounds like our municipal clerks and county clerks do want to move forward with this. So I urge you today to consider allowing the GAB staff to move forward with looking into the standards and procedures for the e-poll books. And I thank you.
Have you gotten any personal feedback about why some people are not interested in learning more about the electronic poll books?
And reading the surveys and just talking to a few of my municipal clerks, some of my municipal clerks are at an age where they don't want to move forwards with some of the stuff. It's been working well the way it has been going. I'm getting that, as you're very much aware of. I'm getting new election equipment for 2016, and some of them are very scared and leery about it. But once again, I'm there with the positive, saying this is where we're going. Technology is, as my county executive says to me a lot of times, sometimes we are the slave to technology, but that's where we are going. I mean, I don't want to sound that way, but it is where the world is going, and you see it more and more. How many of you see going down the street, everybody's going with their phones? My own kids. My daughter, last night, quick had to order an e-book for college because they're getting away. The parochial school that my kids went to, Winnebago Lutheran Academy, they're all going with Chromebooks, no more books at all. Electronics is where we're going. So e-pull books, to me, falls right into that also. It's just the way we're going. Our county board, most county boards are already paperless. Our county board is looking at it for next year. So, and look at the amount of paper, well, I left it back there, but even what our stack is. So it is the future. I don't see us going backwards at all, and I don't know if it's backwards. I'm a paper person. I'm right in that middle where electronics scare me, but I have to move forward also.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Scott McDonald.
Thanks for having me. We had a demonstration from our vendor, ES&S in Sun Prairie, a few months ago, and I know some staff from here came to that. I'd say there's 40 clerks from Dane County and some other neighboring counties there to understand the technology. And once they got the demonstration and understood how it worked, there was a lot of excitement about it. But to your question, Judge, there were 3 areas that seemed to be the hang-ups. And once, I won't say they were all resolved by the answers they got, but the 3 that I saw was the biggest one was internet connection. So there was a widespread belief, and I believe it was in your materials, that you have to have a solid internet connection, Wi-Fi connection, for this to work at a polling place. And so in their minds, they're saying that's not going to work in the town of Blue Mountains. We don't have a good signal. Well, they actually don't work that way. The poll book can be loaded, and it can not be connected to the internet at all and work just fine. So that was a big misconception that still permeates out there, that it won't work. But that's not how it's set up. So that's an education issue, and I think when you see 70+% want to learn more, that's a good example of where they don't understand how it works. The second main area is cost, and I think a lot of them don't want to be made to buy it because they don't have the budget. And you look at the survey responses, Madison looks very, if you look at it, looks very like they don't want to do this. But that's actually not true. The clerk there is very much wants you guys to approve e-poll books, Mary Beth, but she's like, I don't have the budget to buy 400 tablets right now. That's what she's saying. But if you look at it, it seems like, one, I'm not interested, and no, I don't want to learn more. No, that's not true. She's like, I don't want my council to see me saying I want 400 tablets this year. I got to, put this in my long-range plan. I have to figure out whether I can actually save the money on people re-entering this data and show that savings. Because, you have sunk costs in your staff. If you have, will you actually have that savings in salary if you buy this technology? They have to be able to prove that. So that's a little bit of concern. And the answer to that, what they would say, is just don't make me do it. And the third one is training of poll workers. They're worried about the technology, of having some older poll workers struggle with it. But, the vendor, which has been confirmed from, the other states that have gone to it, the poll workers pick it up quickly, and they really makes their life a lot easier. To me, I'm concerned whether you go forward now, right before this election. I can understand that that's a concern. It's a legitimate concern. Do I think there are municipalities in Dane County that could pilot this? Absolutely, they could. If ES&S could get it ready in time, actually, that's what I would worry about. But there's some townships that really have, or villages that are strong in elections, have good chief inspectors that could handle this pilot. But I'm more concerned about the voter ID causing lines, and one of the big advantages is that this e-poll book technology, once people get in the groove, can really speed that line up. you can swipe your ID, and it'll pop up and populate, yes, I see you, keep going. Now, there'll be a few people that'll slow it down, but now you've moved the rest of them out quickly. So to me, this goes well in tandem with voter ID as far as trying to not grind the polling place to a halt, which is what I'm afraid is going to happen based on voter ID being, new with lines. So,
Any questions, Scott?
thank you.
Nick?
The final personal appearance we have is Sandy Juneau, the Brown County Clerk.
Good morning. I'm here also to speak on electronic poll books. And I think, in reviewing the survey that came back from all the municipal and county clerks, I felt we had some very good support amongst them. I think many municipalities are eager to participate in the pilot project using e-poll books. And I think in going to a pilot project like that, that would give us some firsthand information that would help you in finalizing the standards that we would be looking for. The one thing that I have an issue with is, I would like to ask is if you would allow the GAB to gather data or get RFPs from vendors to find out what the costs would be for migrating to e-poll book systems. And also to possibly work with a consultant to see if it would make sense for them to develop their own program that would work in conjunction with the statewide voter registration program. I think we want to have something that's efficient in transferring data. If you have one platform, that's just one program to transfer data from the tablets into the system or downloading. And I think, if we had a statewide vendor, it might help us control costs going to that system. One of the municipalities in Brown County requested numbers from a vendor for e-poll book hardware and software licensing just for budgeting purposes. The municipality has a population of approximately 25,000. They have 4 polling locations. The clerk projected 5 e-poll books at each site to accommodate election day voter registration and checking in voters. This, quote, includes computer routers so that they can communicate with the other tablets. However, it did not include printers. In addition to that, there's an estimate of, so the initial purchase would be $24,000. But in addition, there's annual licensing fees that would be roughly about $2,000. And in addition to that, for each election, there'd be conversion fees, which would run in excess of $1,000. So clearly, my concern is the costs associated with e-poll book technology, at least provided in this example, would put a burden on municipalities wishing to migrate to this technology. So what I'm asking you as a board, if you should tell the staff here to move forward with standardizing and for implementing e-poll book technology, to have them get quotes from various e-poll book vendors to look at, what the cost would be if we could get a system that ran statewide, and what those costs would be. I would have to believe that if everybody was on the same platform, it would help to keep costs manageable. The other thing is to work with a consultant to evaluate whether the GAB could develop their own poll book program to work in conjunction with the statewide voter registration system. I know monies would need to be approved by the legislature, but I believe, this might be an alternate way of reducing costs to the municipalities, and likewise, it would return monies back to the state of Wisconsin rather than going to outside vendors. And the last would be to conduct a survey with other states currently using or piloting e-poll books to evaluate the pros and cons of using various vendors, and to also provide actual initial expenses and ongoing costs associated with e-poll book technology. And I think that if you should direct the GAB staff to pursue this information, all of us will have a comprehensive base to make further decisions regarding this technology. Thank you.
Mr. Juno, I was up in Plymouth and I've been to a couple other clerk meetings, and I'm talking with the clerks. One of the big advantages and sales points for the electronic poll books is the cost savings in terms of labor and what the process is and how it would be shortened and how it'd be almost instant once the voter comes in. Do you have any idea of what that means, or could you explain that?
Well, I think the initial cost to purchase a tablet, so that's going to be a hit on any municipality
Right.
that goes into it. I believe if the county clerks did the download onto the tablets and back, we could work with costs with our municipalities as opposed to paying the vendor fees, which would probably be higher for every municipality. But also, you know, if there is a way to look at incorporating a program with our statewide voter registration system, I think it's worth a look to see, is this something that we can do in-house at the GAB to help manage costs? Because cost is going to be the factor.
A big factor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you. That concludes the public appearances. And we'll go on to item E, which is voting equipment approval.
This material starts on page 16, and Mike, did you want to?
Sure. Matthew Kitzman's our voting equipment specialist. Who the board has served in the past, have been doing a great job keeping these equipment approval testing procedures on track and getting the process wrapped up as quickly as possible, which helps both the vendors and clerks around the state. So Matt is going to make a presentation on the new application we have from ES&S.
Good morning, board, and staff members, I suppose. Again, my name is Matthew Kitzman, electronic voting equipment election specialist. I'd like to thank a few people, as I always do, on the voting equipment team this time around for the election system and software 3.4.1.0 and 3.4.1.1. David Berger, Jennifer Webb, and Megan Wolf all helped with the 3-day road testing as well as in-office testing of these voting systems. I'd also like to thank the county clerks and the municipal clerks from Douglas County, Eau Claire County, and Marathon County for offering their time and their locations to us for the testing of the modems, as well as Mark Maganero and Tony Dingbaum from ES&S, who were here for that about 2-week period of time doing testing and sitting in the office with us while we conducted testing of the systems. Again, this is to approve the ES&S 34, the Unity 3410 and 3411 voting systems. The recommendations are found on pages 18 of the memo concerning the approval of this system, which we will be asking you to approve at the end of this presentation. The Unity system, by and large, is simply an upgrade for most part to the previously approved Unity systems, the 3400 and the 3401, which this board approved about 2 years ago. The biggest upgrades to the new system is a move from Windows XP to Windows 7. Since Windows is no longer providing service and support for Windows XP, the Unity system had to migrate to a Windows 7 application to support Windows
I'm
7.
having difficulty hearing the speaker. There's a fair amount of extraneous noise.
I will speak up, Judge Barland.
Okay, thank you.
So they upgraded from Windows XP to Windows 7, as well as upgrading a number of end-of-life components, including modems, analog modems within the actual equipment, and they made some cosmetic changes. But by and large, it was an upgrade from Windows XP to Windows 7. I'm not going to go through all of the recommendations because most of the recommendations are pro forma. They're on every equipment approval application we bring to the board. The one I'm going to go over is recommendation number 3, found on page 17. These particular recommendations are our recommendations concerning this specific 32 of your entire board packet materials. These particular recommendations, recommendation 3, is a list of how we believe the system should be programmed given the particularities of the Unity 3410 and 3411. There are 3 subparts to this particular recommendation. The first one to be to automatically reject all overvoted ballots without an option to override. Again, that's statutory, so that's why that's in there. If the board remembers, when they previously approved the last Unity system 2 years ago, they also required crossover votes to be automatically rejected without an option to override, because the board felt the crossover message was insufficient because it didn't tell the voter what was going to happen with their ballot. ES&S has corrected that by making the message more explanatory and providing the voter with knowledge of what's going to occur with their ballot if they decide to proceed and have it accepted by them by the voting equipment. And a picture of that message is located in the board memo. Subclause B is to provide the visual warning message or a query when a crossover, an overvote, a blank, or a marginal ballot is fed into the voting equipment. The Unity system, the DS200, does not provide an audible warning tone. It can't be programmed to provide an audible warning tone, but we do feel that a visual warning message should be necessary when any thing happens to the ballot that's out of the ordinary. Again, crossover, overvote, marginal, or blanks. And the last one is to capture a digital ballot images of all ballots cast into the voting equipment. With the last few systems we've seen, they've moved from just pure optical scans to digital scans that can capture ballot images, and we again recommend that this system be required to capture every ballot that's cast in it. If there are no questions from the board, then that concludes my particular report, and we ask the board to approve the recommendations found on page, I assume, 33 of your board packet materials.
Any questions?
No, I thought the report was pretty thorough.
I have one. How significant is this failure to submit a redacted technical data package?
It is part of the application materials that we ask for ES&S or any vendor to supply. It doesn't impact the ability of staff to do the testing because we get the full unredacted TDP. The purpose of the redacted TDP in the application is to be able to provide when a public records request is made, that we can quickly and easily provide a form of the TDP that can be given to the public, because a lot of the TDP, the technical data package, has copyrighted or trade secret materials in it. So by them not providing it, it might take a little bit longer. I have been in discussion with ES&S about this particular thing, and Mark Manganaro from ES&S has said that for all future applications, they will be sending it to their document team to redact and provide redacted TDPs from now on. They were unaware that we felt strongly enough that we needed that redacted TDP. So it doesn't affect the operation of the system. It shouldn't affect really the approval of the system in our staff's opinion. But it does possibly slow down a public records request in the event that we get one.
Other than compromising their intellectual property, is there any concern about an open records request releasing something that shouldn't be released?
That could pose a security concern if the entire TDP was disclosed, which ES&S is also, ES&S has a vested interest to not have some of the things put out in the public because it opens up a possibility for security concerns, because it has system diagrams and system specifications that probably should not be disseminated to the entire populace, mostly because it's a trade secret or copyrighted materials, though.
Has the GAB struggled with an open record request before that involved some concern that by releasing certain information about a product, you might make it easier for someone to compromise the system in some way?
There was a public records request made about 2 years ago, I think it was, for the entire technical data package for a voting system. We did not provide that. We stated that we couldn't provide that because the materials were copyrighted and marked trade secrets. And the particular public records requester was advised that he could go to court to obtain those records, and he chose not to pursue that avenue. ES&S has also stated that they would promptly comply with any public records request that is made concerning this system, since they didn't provide a technical data packet, a redacted form, in the event that a public records request is made. And they are going to be provided a letter informing them that there are potential public records requests that could require them to redact the TDP for this specific system.
It says on page 19 of my 17 of the overall package, I guess that's page 2 of your memo, that this is something that's required by the agency application, the agency being us?
Yes, part of the GAB application asks for a redacted technical data package that was put into the application, again, I believe 2 years ago, based primarily on the public records request that was made 2 years ago.
And all of the conditions that are listed at the end of this, the conditional approval would be communicated in the letter you're referring to?
No, the letter I referred to is just a letter informing them by failing to provide a redacted TDP, we are placing them on notice that in the event we get a public records request, they probably would be required to go through the time and effort to redact that information in a timely manner. And if we end up getting sued, they might be impleaded, in which case they would be under a timeline for redacting that information and providing it to us, because a lawsuit would have a time limit on discovery.
However, the letter approving the certification will have all these conditions.
Yeah, the letter we send informing them of their approval will have every single condition and recommendation that is currently in your board packet materials.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Is
Ellen.
there a problem? Is there a problem getting the redacted version now? I'm just concerned that if we make an exception for this program, that others will also seek it, and if we're not going to enforce it, what's the point of having it?
I was speaking with the ES&S yesterday, and Mark Manganero informed me that he could send it over to their document team to have the technical data package redacted for us. So I do not believe so.
You don't believe? I don't know what that means.
I don't believe it should be a problem getting a redacted technical data package.
I would just add, this is Mike Haas. I would just add that the requirement for a redacted data package is not a requirement that is in the statutes or an administrative rule. It's something we request as part of the application in order to attempt to be proactive in the event that we may get a public records request in the future, or that a clerk may get a public records request, and then the process of redacting proprietary information would be done already, rather than going back to the vendor and asking them to complete that process, which may take some time. So I think that's also one of the reasons that staff believes that the approval should not be contingent upon submission of the redacted package of the redacted documentation. It's something we request, but it's not something that we can point to a statute or administrative rule as a basis for requirement.
And Judge Lamelis, this would not be specifically an exception for this particular voting system. Upon my review, I actually only believe one of the previously approved voting systems actually has a redacted technical data package that we actually possess. So by and large, we don't have redacted TDPs. We are trying to institute new provisions so that we can start getting redacted TDPs for a future event of a public records request.
Well, it just seems to me that if we requested, we ought to get it, and if we don't really need it, I just wonder why we request it.
I can tell you why we requested, and that is the history Matt Kitzman alluded to 2 years ago, where we had a request for this package, and we spent a lot of time going back and forth with the vendor to get this, letting them know this is your risk. We have an obligation to comply, that the open records law does provide this exception for copyright and trademark material. And even prior to that, in 2008 and 2009, when we were looking at voting equipment, we had a number of demands for this information, and it was very frustrating for the staff to go back and forth with the vendors. We involved the Attorney General's office in dealing with those open records requests, and so
Kevin, I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
All I'm saying is whatever bargaining strength we have is at this moment, not down the road. After the system is in place, we need the information, we don't have it. And so I just generally have a problem with having procedures that we're not prepared to enforce. If it doesn't mean enough to us to enforce it, you know, why have it?
Also, recommendation 8. Recommendation 8 in the board materials does.
What page?
Would be page 33 of your materials. Does state that ES&S, as a condition of their approval, is willing to comply with all Wisconsin public records requests. Not that that alleviates Judge Lemalis' concern, but it does specifically in these materials provide a condition of approval relating to public records requests.
I also think that this is something that has sort of come to a head with this application. You know, whether or not ES&S, it was an oversight to provide the redacted documentation, or they didn't understand the request, or deliberate. I think we want to take a look at, as we are updating our administrative rules, whether this is a requirement that we would recommend to keep in there and get board feedback. And if it is, it may be something that, as Judge Lemalis, indicated, something that is important enough to put in the administrative rules for an application.
Another matter, if we're done with that, I wanted to be sure I understood the feedback on page 35. This is based on 3 people who took advantage of a public demonstration?
There were 3 people that came to the public demonstration. It's really the feedback of 2, because one of them was a news reporter who was doing some filming, and Reed Magny did an interview for Channel 3? Channel 15. But yes, this material is based on the public feedback from actually just one of the 3 people that came to the public demonstration. We were not expecting a large turnout, since this system is by and large already in place in the state of Wisconsin.
So the 3 little charts there with the number 1 under poor reflects one person's assessment that as to all of these questions,
correct,
was poor.
Correct.
And that one person is whom? Is it, or I don't know if we need to identify them publicly. It's described on page 25 that members of the public were invited to use it. But this summary then is based on one person, and all of these comments are from that person?
Yes,
all right,
that is correct.
I got it. Thank you.
In reality, I have to say that whenever I read all of this material on computer programs, I always feel a little skittish, since my own bank of expertise is so limited in this area. And so I think this is one of those in which we just rely primarily on staff telling us that this is something we should approve, and looking over the material and not finding any problem that we can identify, other than the fact that there's the poor, and very, very limited interest from the public, and then the redaction, the lack of the redacted material that the staff seems quite willing to overlook. But I don't know that I'm in a good position to offer any kind of technical insight on this stuff.
I mean, and I recognize that point about the technological aspect of this, but the EAC and an independent testing laboratory, so not only is staff recommending this, but the federal government and NTS, the Voting System Test Laboratory, is recommending that this system complies with all major requirements of electronic voting systems with the federal standards.
I would clarify, it's not really a recommendation. They
Correct. They tested and approved
them and said that they meet the
standards.
standards, and the EAC has certified it
Correct.
as meeting the standards. So those
That's
are the,
correct.
It's not really a recommendation, but it is part of one of the conditions that we, obviously we don't have the staff to delve into every technical aspect. We're looking at several hundred different data points that are tested for voting equipment. And so one of the reasons we developed our rules was to require, this testing and approval process to back up. What we look at is more the usability. How is it going to work in our polling place, and the accuracy counts and testing that. And we try to involve the public, but you can see what we get in terms of participation.
If there are no more questions, I'm ready to make a motion.
I'm ready to hear it.
I move that the board adopt both of the motions stated at the bottom of page 33.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the two motions on the bottom of page 33 of our board material, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carried.
Judges?
Thank
Matt.
you. Next, we go to the Microsoft license for SVRS modernization.
This is starts on page 60 of your materials. Mike, do you want to provide a?
Sure, I'd like to just take a minute to introduce this topic before turning it over to Ross and Juanita. I guess I'd start by saying sometimes, Ross and Sarah quit. Juanita will be up a little later. In any event, we often get questions about what does our staff do when we're not preparing for an immediate election, and this is really one prime example. We're always very busy with various projects, working with clerks, training, doing data projects and reconciliation. But this is something we've been really working on for the last 3 years, including the planning, IT development, testing, and transitioning into training and deployment of a new system for the statewide voter registration system, which has been around for about 10 years now. There are many other states that are upgrading or replacing their systems and sometimes using outside vendors to do that. We have developed this project completely in-house. We have a small team of IT developers that understand the specifics of Wisconsin law and what we need to implement. And they have worked directly with our program staff. And this is really something that is involving and has involved our entire elections division, both our excellent SVRS team as well as our election administration specialists. So Ross Hine has had the overall management of the process. He's going to help present the material along with Sarah Witt, and then we're going to have a brief demonstration by Juanita Borton. I don't know that Juanita has presented in front of the board before, but she is one of our excellent trainers who goes out and trains clerks on the use of the statewide voter registration system. She is a trained attorney licensed in Florida and in Wisconsin, but despite that background, she's able to connect very effectively with clerks and communicate what needs to be trained. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ross and Sarah Witt.
Thanks, Mike. So, board staff is requesting approval to purchase Microsoft Dynamics CRM licenses in the amount of $489,024. There's a recommended motion on page 66. Are there any questions? I'm just joking. So a couple of things I'd like to go in. A little humor to lighten things up. A couple of things that I'd like to start. Mike touched on a few of them. The Help America Vote Act of 2002 required states to create a statewide voter registration system to track all voters in every jurisdiction and to interface with various other state agencies. The State Elections Board contracted with Accenture and implemented a new system approximately 10 years ago. That system was created to be used by many other states, and so there were functionalities that were developed that weren't needed or necessary for the state of Wisconsin. It's a system that has worked in the past, but to say the least, it has left many things to be desired. And staff for approximately the last 5 years, and actually as part of our 5-year plan, recommended developing a new system, which we began conceptualizing in 2013 and started the development in July of 2014, as Mike said, using in-house IT developers and in-house business or program staff that have a significant in-depth knowledge on the current operations and processes to maintain and develop a new statewide system. A lot of time was spent identifying what type of software platform would be best suited to modernize our voter registration system. And at the time, our lead IT developer or director identified Microsoft Dynamics CRM as a good option to explore. And we have seen significant success using that software platform for numerous applications currently, mainly the voter felon audit, which we were able to complete all past elections, as you remember, in the Legislative Audit Bureau. The main reason for that success was that software application, in addition to our ineligible voter list, which identifies voters due to felony convictions that are on probation or parole that are not eligible to vote. That list is generated from the CRM application, in addition to tracking outstanding provisional ballots that are issued on election night. So staff has experience and a level of comfort using Dynamics CRM, and we have implemented or have developed the new statewide voter registration system using CRM. And the main reason, and we've seen that Dynamics CRM was really a platform that was used mainly in the private sector, but now that has changed with many agencies, state agencies, for example, Department of Administration, DATCAP, which is the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection, have used CRM with success. And so it's a software application that is not necessarily new anymore, and it does provide significant benefits because it is essentially a software application that provides you the necessary building blocks to customize your system. And Microsoft certainly is a very reputable company that has years of experience and has the necessary expertise to provide agencies such as the GAB the opportunity to develop our own applications, which we have done. There are really 3 main benefits that we have identified with using Dynamics CRM to build our new statewide voter registration system, which we have a new name for, which is now going to be WisVote. And those 3 are improved usability for clerks, reduced costs for the GAB, and creating a stable and supportable system. And I'll just briefly cover each of those 3, and then we can go and have a quick demonstration so you can see directly how this system will look. The first is improved usability. And as I touched on earlier, the current SVRS system, although it's operational and functional, it is somewhat clunky, and there are inefficiencies that are created mainly because many of the processes are manual and require significant oversight from GAB staff and a lot of manual processes for municipal clerks. The WisVote project will eliminate many of those steps, at minimum streamline many of those tasks so they're automated, which is certainly going to expedite many of the procedures for our staff in addition to county and municipal clerks. Again, it's mainly because of that base software from the CRM application. We can leverage Microsoft extensive testing for ease of use and then that constant updates on the latest findings regarding user behavior and preferences. So we really can utilize those benefits. We've also been collecting feedback. We have 10 years of feedback on the current SVRS system of how clerks, what they would like for a system. And because the current SVRS system is somewhat limited, we have taken many of those feedback from the clerks and have implemented that directly in the system. So we certainly think that it's going to provide, it's going to be more intuitive, it's going to be more flexible to make changes, and Juanita's going to cover a lot of that in her presentation to directly compare the current systems and directly how the new WISVO project will improve that. As significantly, or if not more significantly, there's going to be reduced costs, mainly in 3 different areas. Because, again, this system has that base package from Microsoft, it's going to be much more flexible to customize, and anytime we need to make changes or to provide for maintenance for that system, it's not going to require the same level of IT support. And so our IT costs are going to go down. But as significantly is the hosting costs. Currently, we partner with the Department of Administration, the Division of Enterprise Technology, to host all of our servers. With our current environment, the current SVRS system, it's a Citrix environment. We have 56 servers, and with the new WISVO project, we'll have 17 servers. So that's going to provide an annual savings of nearly $167,000, and over a 3-year time frame, those savings are going to be nearly $500,000. And so just the savings from the infrastructure perspective is going to pay for the cost for purchasing the licenses for our users to access those systems, in addition to the licenses for the servers to be hosted through DOA's Division of Enterprise Technology. Further, there will be significant training reduction costs because the system that we have right now is very manual. It's a clunky system. It takes at minimum 2 days, and if the clerks go to the full 3-day training to learn how to track absentee ballots, that's 3 full days of training. We anticipate that we will probably be able to cut that training in by half, probably by 1.5 days, or maybe even just 1-day training. And that's something as we develop we'll have a better sense of. But to say the least, we're going to significantly reduce our training costs. So combining the reduction in IT support moving forward when we have the system developed, in addition to the reduction in infrastructure costs, in addition to the training costs, the overall cost for the WISVO project is going to be less than maintaining the current system. And then finally is the stable and supportable system. Simply put, SVRS as it currently stands is not a sustainable system. There are security vulnerabilities for all of the servers that are being hosted that Microsoft will no longer be providing support after 2015. And anytime there is a legislative change, it requires our IT to make those changes directly in the system. But because that code is so nuanced and complex, it requires so much significant testing that we, even if we do full regression testing, meaning that we test every component of the statewide system, and there are so many different components, we can't ever be 100% confident that there aren't going to be some unexpected glitches or bugs. And that's where we really see a benefit of using Dynamic CRM 2, is because you have that base system that has been tested significantly by Microsoft and through many different private and public agencies. We feel that it's going to be much more supportable and much more flexible to change. So moving forward in the foreseeable future, we believe we really will have a much more sustainable system that is going to be easier for staff to maintain. It's going to provide a higher level of usability, and it's going to reduce our costs. So on page 65 it provides a summary of the cost of licenses. It gives an explanation of the requirements for Microsoft to purchase what's called a client access license, or a user CAL. And at the bottom of page 65 provides what we are requesting in the 2,000 user CAL licenses, in addition to the 2 server licenses that will be housing the CRM application directly. So with that, and I should pause. Sarah, did you want to add anything?
I just like to see if there's any questions first before we move on.
And I guess should we go to the overview of the system, or should we pause for questions first?
Well, I guess it's up to the board. Before we get to Juanita's section, though, I did want to just kind of highlight for the board members who are not here, as I mentioned, Sarah Witt is available also to answer questions, and she's our IT functional lead and wears many hats. The way I guess, conceptualize her job, though, is to sort of be the liaison between our election administration staff and everything that happens on the IT side, and make sure that things get done on the IT side that need to be accomplished in order to run elections. And so she was one of the two main authors of the memo in your packet, along with Zach Robinson, and had assist from other members of our staff. But I've really been proud of the way our staff has stepped up on this project. We don't hire people and interview them and say, you're going to be responsible for developing an entire new voter registration system. And this is a significant IT project, both for us and for the state. And I think our entire staff has really done a great job. We've put a lot on their plate in addition to their normal duties. And now we're really coming down to crunch time to make sure we can finish the development and then the training and the implementation. So I'll stop there, and I guess it's up to the board whether you'd like to ask questions now or see a short presentation.
Let me clarify one thing for Ross. The cost of the licenses, one, this is something we've been budgeting for over the last couple of years, and two, we purchased this off of a state contract where the state has negotiated the prices.
We have our own contract through Microsoft, our own Select Plus contract. We're not going through the state enterprise contract. We have our own, which has been in place for a few years now. And yes, we have budgeted sufficiently.
Okay.
I don't understand that last part. I thought that we were required to go through the state when we've had pricing questions in the past. That's what I thought we had been told.
And Judge Lemalis, let me just clarify, it is through the state contract. What my clarification was is that some agencies can partner directly through the Division of Enterprise Technology to purchase those licenses. DT has not provided that option for us, meaning that we have to purchase these licenses independently through the state contracting processes.
I've got a couple of questions that might be helpful to ask before we see some demonstration. First of all, is the new product, the CRM product, going to completely replace the existing SVRS program?
Yes.
Is it going to do anything other than what's been done through the SVRS program?
Yes, it will certainly, and it's all for the good. Essentially, the base functionality that the current SVR system provides will still be there, but there'll be significant enhancements to make the system more usable, more user-friendly. So there's less steps, less time, less costs.
Can you just tell us now what we're about to see? Is this are we going to see what clerks would see and use? Is that essentially it?
That is correct. You will see, and Winnie's just going to provide an overview of what that system will look like, just to give you a feel for how it's going to be structured for clerks.
Ross, when will Wistful be up and operating?
We're planning on going live early in 2016, so we're planning in January, which, certainly the timing, it's a busy election cycle coming forward, but due to the security vulnerabilities with our current system and the issues that we've seen, especially in the last couple of years, there really didn't seem to be a better time than the beginning before the 2016 elections, and we chose to do it in January. One, to ensure that we had enough time to complete development, which certainly is going to be tight, and secondly, to provide essentially, I don't want to say a test run, because it's not going to be a test run for the February primary, because that's a real election, but we certainly want to have clerks have the opportunity to go through that system, because with any IT project, regardless of the level of testing, there's certainly going to be some things that are going to need to be corrected. And so we want to have that first opportunity with the February primary, which is a lower turnout election, and get that worked out in preparation for the April presidential preference, and certainly for the fall election, including the November presidential election.
There's also some benefits of clerks using the system right away live to identify those kind of problems.
Correct.
And not have it tested, say, in 2017, where then you have this loss of 8 months before you have another election cycle.
That's correct.
Can we start calling it WISVote now, or do we have to wait?
Well, I think that depends on what happens
If we
with the
approve this
proposed motion.
today, can
Yes.
we start calling it WISVote now?
Yes, and Judge Frank, it's kind of comical because our staff, many of them are SVRS election specialists, and we have weekly SVRS meetings, and so now we've been joking about calling them WISVote meetings, and now WISVote election specialists, or now some of them have changed their title to be SVRS/WISVote election specialists. So we're in that transitional period right now, and I think staff is, as Mike alluded to, they've really worked hard and they've taken ownership. There's a lot to be done, and certainly the deployment is going to be of critical importance. So we really feel that we've had a lot of successes, but there's a lot that has to be completed yet.
We don't think there's going to be a lot of cost changing from SVRS to WISVote in terms of the title, even though it's 3 more letters.
I'm wondering how we end up with the price of $489,000. I realize it had to go through the state, and there seems to have been some variation on it. And the materials cover the substantive advantages that come with the system. I'm just wondering how we end up with this price.
Sure, I can go into that, Judge Lamalis. So this was from a quote from a Microsoft company, a third-party company called SHI. And we identified 2,000 user licenses, and that's based upon how many users are currently in the statewide voter registration system currently. We have about 1,950 licenses, or 1,950 users of the current SVRS system. So we believe the 2,000 licenses will be sufficient for our municipal and county clerks. In addition, GAB staff already has 26 licenses, so should the board approve the recommended motion, that would give us 2,026 licenses. We then also worked with DET, Division of Enterprise Technology, with creating our production environment, or how it will be set up. And based on that and what Microsoft recommends, there will need to be 2 application licenses that will actually house the CRM Dynamics on that server. So that's why you have 2 different prices. One is for the server hosting at $5,000 each, and then the other is for the individual licenses. So for any clerk that would want to access this site, they have to have a license, and we're going to need to keep track of that. So if we ever get audited by Microsoft, we're able to show that we have sufficient licenses that are then using our system.
We already do this kind of tracking for our Citrix licenses.
Correct, yeah, and I should say we do this currently with our Citrix licenses. Our help desk uses through the State Active Directory, maintains all of those user credentials, assists with creating users, password recovery and such, and things like that. So we certainly have a plan of action moving forward of how we'll be able to track this to ensure we don't go over those number of licenses.
But how is the price set? I mean, we need 2,000 of these at $239.51. How is that price negotiated? Is this some sort of off-the-shelf price?
That is a price that is set by Microsoft through their third-party company, SHI. And so that's essentially a competitive rate based upon the market at today's date, or when we got that quote about 2 weeks ago. We do have a Microsoft rep here, Joe Ellen Krieger, and if you do have other additional questions, I'm sure Joe would be happy to provide additional information on how they provide their cost structure.
So does the quote come from Microsoft, or does it come from the vendor that is negotiating or dealing with Microsoft?
It's the latter. It comes from the third-party company that works directly on behalf of Microsoft, SHI.
And do we get separate bids, or do we just deal with the one company and think they're giving us a really good price?
We just deal with the one company and think we're getting a really good price.
And why don't we talk to anybody else?
This is just the way Microsoft does licensing. Microsoft does not directly sell its products. It sells its products through these third-party resellers, and SHI is the current reseller
On the
for the
state
state,
contract.
and it's on a state contract. So that bidding for who's gonna give us the best price, quote unquote, was already done by the state contracting process, and SHI is the vendor that won the right to sell Microsoft software to state agencies.
I see.
John? Anything else? Why don't we go to the demonstration and then we'll come back to the vote.
So on the smart board is where the demonstration, and I think we're going to swap seats.
And Judge Barlin and Judge Lemalis, you were sent yesterday afternoon the PowerPoint slides. Whether or not you choose to look at them while you're listening, Juanita will talk about what she's showing on the PowerPoint.
I don't remember getting them. Let's
Yeah.
see.
I think you said.
Maybe you haven't paid.
Tony would have sent it?
Nope,
No.
I sent them,
I got it.
and I sent them, I've been giving the exact time yesterday so that you.
Yes, I got it. Sorry, Kevin.
Okay.
Yes. With vote, new and improved voter registration. Is that what you're talking
That's what I'm
about?
talking about.
So yeah, just say what slide.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am Juanita Borton. Mike introduced
You
me.
gotta talk.
You're gonna speak loudly.
I'm going to try and speak loudly. I still don't have my full voice back. I did want to clarify one point. When Mike was introducing me, he said I was licensed in the state of Wisconsin. That's not true. I'm licensed to practice law in Florida and Tennessee. So,
Tennessee, Wisconsin.
I wish it was Wisconsin. It is not. So today it's my pleasure to introduce you to WisVote. And I'm just clicking to the next slide. We're looking at what I'm going to be covering this morning, very briefly, is going to be a glimpse at the two different systems. And we're going to be looking at some different examples of how usability has been improved. And that's on page 68, I believe, of your board packet, those examples. So as I'm going through, I'm going to be going quickly, but you can come back and reference them. When you first log in, and I'm on the next screen now, we're looking at the first screen you see when you log into SVRS. I don't know if any of you have ever been in SVRS, but this is what it looks like. And you can see over on the left-hand side, we have a menu. And this is an older technology where you have the little plus sign next to some of these menu items to expand or collapse. And that's how you navigate through SVRS. With WisVote, this is the landing page on the next screen. You can see that it looks more like a new technology, sort of updated. It looks like a Windows 8, or what more people are even more familiar with than Windows 8 would be your smartphone, where you have the apps and their big buttons, rather than having to scroll through a menu. If we dig a little deeper and we look at some of the data that's included in the systems, here we're looking at the SVRS version of a voter record, or voter registration record. And you can see that I have all of the voter registration information listed here, or at least quite a lot of it. You might also notice that there are some tabs across the top. Some of these, like registration history, I can be pretty confident that if I click registration history, I know what I'm going to find. But there are other things here that are much less intuitive. The second tab that you see says other. It's a little hard to intuit what other might refer to. And it's even more confusing when you see that on the general tab, which is where we are now, about the middle on the right-hand side, you can see that there is a section entitled other. So we have a lot of that ambiguity that goes on in SVRS, which makes it much less intuitive. Now, if we move on to the next slide and we take a look at what the WisVote voter record looks like, you can see that I have all of the voter information here, and it's a little hard to see on the screen. I apologize for that. And we do have tabs here as well. They're down at the bottom, though. And one of the big differences is that these tabs, first of all, you're not going to see one that's called Other. Not anywhere. You won't ever see Other. But if I were to click on one of those, let's say the absentee application, and if you click to the next slide, you'll see that the absentee application doesn't open a new screen. It doesn't open a new page. It's part of this page. So I can continue to look at all the same information I had at the top, making it a lot more intuitive and user-friendly so I'm not clicking back and forth all the time. Now we've had a little glimpse of what those different systems look like. Now we're going to take a look at some of those examples. The first example we're going to look at is generating ballot styles. And when you generate ballot styles in SVRS, a ballot style is basically going to tell you what ballot a voter should get. So if you have certain elections in a municipality that impact maybe you have a referendum on a school board. So maybe only a third of your voters vote in that school district. So you have to have two different ballot styles, one that doesn't include the referendum, one that does. So it's basically what's going to be covered for each voter. And if you don't follow the 5 steps that we have listed exactly in this order in SVRS, and I can tell you from experience that these are very easy to miss because we get a ton of calls when it's time to print absentee labels or print a poll book, because we'll get calls that say, why can't I find any absentee voters? Why isn't my poll book printing any voters? Well, because you've missed one of these 5 steps, or maybe all of them, because it's really easy to miss this. In WisVote, you still need to have these ballot styles. They're still necessary, but instead of having the user generate them, it's going to be done automatically by WisVote. It's just going to take a look at what contests are out there. It's automatically going to generate it. With setting up an election, and here I'm referring to the regular elections, the general election in the fall, the spring elections, the various primaries that are associated with those. There are at least 6 steps that you take every single time you have an election in SVRS. And I say at least 6 because a couple of these, for example, completing the election setup wizard, actually includes additional steps as you go through the wizard. I have contests and candidates being added as a combined step. In WisVote, there are 3 steps, and most of these you don't have to do every time. In fact, the very first one, you're probably going to do once, and then every time thereafter, you're not going to have to worry about that. It's going to stay in the system. The system's going to automatically say, okay, I know what to do with these things. Sometimes you're going to have special office contests that have to be included, or a referendum. In that case, you're going to have to add that contest. And always you're going to have to add the candidates who are running for office in that election. So we have a difference of at least 6 steps compared to 1 or 2 for an election. So that's a lot less time consuming for your users. And the last sample I want to provide is for confirming a duplicate record. And this is where, when we have 2 voter records, the system automatically is going out and looking at all our records periodically and saying, do any of these look like they belong to the same individual? Because we don't want one person to have 2 voter registrations, right? This is a means of cleaning up our data. And what happens in both SVRS and WisVote is that the system will give an alert to the user that says you have this potential match or potential case where you have 2 records for 1 voter. At that point, the user will take a look at them and make that determination. Is this really 2 records for 1 single individual?
How does that occur?
Well, there are a lot of different steps that happen. They're comparing the information, basically. And they may do some other digging. I mean, the nuts and bolts of that is going to be a little bit different.
Well, how do we get the duplicate records?
How do we get the well, the system is comparing the records that we have. And they're saying there's business logic on the back end that says these are the things we're looking for. And if they match up on any 2 records, then we have a potential match.
A voter who was registered in Milwaukee 15 years ago, 7 years later moves to Madison, the Milwaukee record never got matched with the new Madison record. That would be an example.
That would be an example. Hopefully not one 7 years old. Hopefully they're going to have cleaned those up. Hopefully this record is only going to be a recent one where we had somebody who registered as an EDR in the last election, because it's going to be checking every day or every month to see what new records we have matching.
And an EDR is an election day registration.
Yes,
so
I apologize.
Likely someone who might have been somewhere else and now was moved.
Exactly, or if they've had a name change, but they haven't changed their driver's license, it might match up on the driver's license and date of birth. I mean, you could get the matches in a lot of different ways, okay? In SVRS currently, you have to go to 2 different areas to say, yes, I confirm this is the same person, and then to merge the records, you have to go someplace else entirely. They're 10 steps, and they're kind of complicated. In the new WisVote system, you're going to go through 3 steps. They're very simple. From that navigation page, I'm going to click one button. It's going to show me a list. I'll open it up. If I decide this is the same person, I click one button and I'm done. So it's really been streamlined. Now, what I've gone through right now, as quickly as I could, were 3 examples. Again, you have them on page 67 or 68. Those are 3 examples of many. And as I said, I went through really fast, so if you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer any you have of me, and I'm sure Ross and Sarah are both also happy to answer questions.
I would just mention, Juanita has been involved with some of our other staff in introducing this system to clerks, and there's a brief summary on page 62 of your materials of some of our experience in both soliciting feedback from clerks on what we have produced so far, what their ideas are and suggestions, but also a presentation that Juanita gave at the annual conference of municipal clerks in La Crosse a couple weeks ago. And as the memo indicates, some of that presentation just solicited spontaneous applause, comments from the audience of, that looks great, it's what I've been asking for. And as GAB staff, we're not accustomed to spontaneous applause very often, so it's nice to be able to, I think, deliver to clerks some of what they've been asking for, with the understanding that once this is rolled out, we're being realistic. There will be continue to be additional improvements and functions that will be released later on after the initial deployment. But I think it was really gratifying to see the response from clerks once we were at a point where we could really show and tell a little bit what's been accomplished.
Let me just add that presentation in La Crosse, there were over 400 clerks there, or clerks and deputy clerks. It was a 3-hour presentation where they first had to hear from me, then from Ross, then Diane, and then Marianne Griffin about photo ID before they got to Juanita. So the fact that she generated applause after sitting through us, and the fact that none of us got applause, I think tells you how well the clerks have responded initially to this presentation.
And just one last thing, I didn't have a chance to mention, but we did have a clerk review committee that went through every entity like voter and absentee and election setup. And you can see some of the comments on page 67, which they, I think it certainly provided a positive response, but also gave us a lot of good indications for how we could potentially even make that system better. And those are the types of things that are going to be continued to receive and that we can continue to make tweaks. And because this is a flexible, customizable software application, it's going to be much more easy in the future to make those tweaks in the newer system than it would be with the current statewide voter registration system.
Any questions? There's a motion.
I've got
Go ahead.
a couple. The costs that are listed in the memo are all the licensing fee costs. Is there any kind of expected or projected maintenance budget? Or is that going to be handled by our own people? Is that part of the difference here?
Yes, so it's the maintenance costs are actually going to be reduced based on what we have currently. So everything with the statewide voter registration system is being maintained with our own IT developers and with our own program staff. the maintenance is really with our IT developers. And as you could see where on page 63 where I talked about reduced costs, the second paragraph is once WISVote is complete, less ongoing IT support will be necessary. So there certainly will be maintenance costs as there is with any software application, including SVRS, but the cost will be less. And remember when, I think it was the last board meeting and the board meeting before that, when we brought requests to, and actually I think it was the June meeting, when we brought requests to renew the contracts for our IT developers. And those were directly for the maintenance of the system. So I can't say specifically how much IT support we will need moving forward, but I can say confidently that it will be less than what we have currently.
The number that was given for the past costs of $400,000 a year, I don't know how constant that was over the whole SVRS period. I'm taking that from page 60. It sounds like the Accenture program cost a little over $2 million to set up and get running, and then was roughly $400,000 a year in maintenance. Is that $400,000 all money that was being paid to outside people to maintain that program, or does that include internal costs?
No, under the Accenture contract, Accenture provided all support. We did not have any internal IT staff, and they quoted us, when we initially did the purchase, it was 3 years of maintenance, and it started out at $375,000 and then went to $400,000 and went up to $425,000 after that, and that was within the contract period. So if they had fulfilled on all of their contractual requirements and we had been purchasing annual maintenance from them, after that third year we would have had to renegotiate. But you can already see the trending that their maintenance continued to increase each year of what we were paying for them to do. So in this scenario, we will be paying our own IT staff to make those types of changes. So now we do have costs for IT staff that we didn't have when Accenture was providing maintenance. However, we've had those IT costs since we had the settlement with Accenture and had to begin maintaining the system ourselves. And we've seen our IT team grow dramatically. For example, in order to make the changes to support redistricting in SVRS, we had quite a few more IT staff, and it took quite a bit of time to actually invest in doing that. So making one change in SVRS took, what do we have, 8 IT staff then?
I think close to 11 at one point.
Yeah, 8 to 11 IT staff, and it still took a year to do. And now we have half that many IT staff, and we've been able to develop the whole system in approximately the same amount of time. So.
Is there some budget going forward, though, for paying money to Dynamics CRM or some outside vendor to do maintenance?
There is something called software assurance, which is mentioned in the memo as well. So what Microsoft does is they come out with new releases of CRM, usually every other year. They put out a product in 2011, and then a new one in 2013, a new one in 2015. They'll likely put out another new one in 2017 as well. So what they're doing is they're doing research on product development, what it is that users need, what consumers want, so that they can continuously improve their product. They're also looking at things like features that new browsers have or new technologies and things like that. So when we purchase our licenses, we get 3 years of software assurance with that $489,000. That gives us 36 months of software assurance. So any new versions of Dynamics CRM that Microsoft produces within that 3-year period, we can automatically access. After that period, we have an option to renew software assurance again, which would continue to give us updates of their product. So we do have an option to purchase additional software assurance in 2018 so that we can continue to get new developments that Microsoft has put into the product. However, the licensing for CRM itself, those user CALs that we purchased, we did purchase them, we own them, we can use them in perpetuity. However, having the software assurance gives us the ability to upgrade the system to continually adapt to newer things coming out, and particularly in web development with browsers and things like that. As you know, new browser features seem to come out all the time, particularly in response to security things or changes in mobile applications and things like that. So
when we look at the budget for 2017, 2019, this would be one of the factors we'd be looking at, is whether or not we wanted to purchase software assurance in the second year of the budget, that would probably then go into the next budget, depending on how it's set up. So that would be one of the things we'd be looking at in developing the next budget, which frankly, we would be developing that next summer. And that would go, first the board would have to sign off on it, then it would go to the governor, and then to the legislature. As far as future upgrades for that activity. The other thing is that, we, starting in 2003, got federal funds to build the program and to comply with the Help America Vote Act. And that pays for a number of our staff, including Sarah Witt and Juanita Borden's income. This is all something that when we get to the end of this budget cycle, we will have to re-examine. But we've been able to husband that money and shepherd it and be able to use it, develop the full new system without having to tap into any GPR funds. But come July of 2017, staff funding and ongoing maintenance and support, most of that will probably have to be revisited from a funding source.
With respect to the server costs and hopefully savings, the $18,000 that we're spending now, is that money that we're paying to another state agency that owns or runs these servers, or is it to some outside vendor?
It's the former. It's directly to the Department of Administration, to the Division of Enterprise Technology. So they do, and you might recall when we talked about the budget cycle, where there was the proposal for the shared IT services.
I recall it. I'm not sure I still understand it.
Well,
I recall it.
and I don't want to get too much off track on that, but we do rely heavily on DOA's Division of Enterprise Technology for our hosting. On which that's where all of our applications, our current SVRS system, our MyVote application, and all the other ones like Badger Voters, and even many of the John's applications for the Ethics and Accountability Division. We do all the maintenance and development internally, and that's what that shared IT proposal called for, was taking that over. But yes, the funds where we pay currently, that goes directly to the Division of Enterprise Technology.
Anything else? The motion's at the bottom of page 66.
I'd move that we approve the purchase of software licenses for Microsoft's Dynamics CRM product in the amount of $489,024.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? And the motion carries. Why don't we take about a 10-minute break and come back at 5 minutes before the hour?
And then we'll be taking up the electronic poll book survey just for members of the audience.
So was a lot of that monies that we invested in SBRS? We wouldn't have gotten if we weren't doing it. Their agents.
Well, gentlemen, Judge Lamalis, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
We gotta wait for Judge Frank.
I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're about to sit down and start back up again. Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
Okay, and we go to item G, which is a report on the e-poll book survey.
So this item starts on page 69 of your board packet. And David Berger, one of our more experienced election administration specialists, is going to present along with Jennifer Webb, one of our newer election administration specialists. But they both administered this survey of clerks, which the board asked us to get additional input regarding their current feelings about the option of using electronic poll books. So I'll turn it over to David and Jennifer.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning, board members. As the memo indicates, this came about from your last meeting where you directed staff to gather more information, particularly on support for electronic poll books or where that support may be coming from. I know there was a question that came up at the last meeting during the election division report about we don't know where these numbers are coming from. We don't know where these clerks are located that are supporting this. There was some concern maybe about the source of the information, that the source may be in favor of it. So we wanted to gather a more comprehensive picture of where clerks stand on the issue of both the standards and procedures for using electronic poll books, which, as you know, are already authorized in Wisconsin statute, that the board may approve electronic poll book systems. Not stated directly in the statute, but inherent in that is that we need standards by which to determine which systems to approve. So the first question was asking whether or not the clerks supported developing these standards, and then subsequent to the standards, actual procedures for their use in the state of Wisconsin. Second question was asking more specifically about the actual interest in using electronic poll books in that municipality. And then we had a couple questions about both the level of education they had on the issue as far as attending a demonstration of an electronic poll book system and whether they wanted to learn more about electronic poll books. The data is presented on page 70. Just a quick breakdown is on page 70, and then we have a number of charts.
Could I ask you one question? Let's go to 75 a second. The survey response map. Where it says non-participating, are these municipalities who said, no, we don't want to participate, or ones that you didn't ask?
Those are municipalities that did not respond to our survey.
Okay.
Everybody got asked.
Okay.
So as I was saying, the simple breakdown is on page 70. A number of tables following that kind of dig into the information a little bit more. And certainly if you have questions on the data, Jennifer can respond to a lot of that. But I think the overall picture is pretty clear and hopefully understandable from the memo that we do see statewide support for development of standards and the use of electronic poll books. That support for the actual use of electronic poll books and for the standards as well is more heavily weighted in urban areas, larger municipalities, who may realize more of the benefit of using electronic poll books, but there is widespread support even in the smallest 25% of municipalities that responded. We're still seeing a majority that are approving the development of standards. So if the board, you'll see on page 74 at the end of the memo, there is no recommended motion here. This is simply for your information in response to the direction given at the last board meeting. However, if the board does wish to pursue development of standards, we did provide a section on page 74 where we would indicate that rather than go for a full implementation of electronic poll book systems, if we do develop standards in 2016, what the staff would recommend is the board authorize the development of the standards. We could come back at the next meeting, perhaps in October, to present those standards to the board for approval, but then any system that may be introduced, may be brought to the board for approval, would be subject to a pilot program that we could develop. Those details as far as how the pilot program would work, we could also come back either in October or another meeting to give you more details on how the pilot would work, but then we would have a rollout of that system if it were approved in a limited fashion, either a single polling place or a single municipality, so that we would not be dealing with a larger scale rollout. That allows us to further refine our standards as well as our procedures, and also limits any risk we may see moving into a presidential election with new technology.
David, can you give maybe just a brief overview of what kind of areas we would be developing standards in?
Sure.
So I know it was in the report from 2 years, or a year or so ago.
Yeah, I should have talked about that. I believe all the board members did get the copy of the report from 2014. In that report, we did identify some draft standards. The areas that we were looking at were areas of functionality, security, and capabilities. Those standards, like I said, we can always bring back at a future meeting. If there's any feedback that we get from clerks, if we're authorized to further develop those standards, we can continue along in refining those standards. But the goal was to keep the standards somewhat broad, because we are dealing with a number of different systems that have a number of different capabilities. What we want to do, though, is focus in on what those required functionalities are that we would need in order to actually use a system in the state of Wisconsin, and then identify any minimum capabilities, security, integration with SVRS, et cetera.
How many different vendors are offering products that would qualify as an e-book for this purpose?
There's a number of different vendors, and I don't know what the upper bound on that is. In the state of Minnesota, I know that when they did a pilot program and solicited vendors to come and pilot their system in the state of Minnesota, they got 8 vendors that were initially interested, and then only 5 actually made it through to the actual full pilot, so they dropped out at some point in the process. So I would say that if we had a pilot program, we would probably expect similar results.
Have the states that have, it seemed like Iowa was fairly far along on this, which surprised me a little. But do they, the states that are using this, do they typically select one vendor statewide, or do they allow municipalities to use different vendors?
There's a number of different ways. Different states have gone different ways, and maybe Kevin could speak to this as well, being a little bit more knowledgeable of how it works at the national level with other states. But we know, for example, that Iowa did develop their own electronic poll book that they provided for free to their various counties. Well, actually, I think it was developed by one county and then shared with other counties for their use, and it's now maintained by the state. Michigan is in a similar situation where they developed their own electronic poll book system. Ohio has opened it up to vendors. I don't know how many vendors, but they have an approval process. Indiana is the same, where they have an approval process and they're open to all vendors. Kevin, do you know?
Colorado and Washington have approval processes for different vendors.
Mm-hmm. So it does vary.
I gather if we did a pilot and try and develop standards or decide which way we're gonna go, that a vendor would be happy to furnish the equipment with.
Typically, that is how it would work, is that the vendor would provide the equipment and then we would provide support to integrate that equipment to our system.
Okay. And we know from clerks that there are a number of municipalities that would be more than happy to have it happen.
I've had a number of clerks that have volunteered already to serve as pilot municipalities. It would just be a matter of identifying interested vendors and then matching them to interested municipalities.
So basically, this is potentially 3 steps. First step would be you guys developing standards. Second step, if we like the standards, then we'd have a pilot program. And third step would to vote.
I could hardly hear Tim.
Probably because I'm covered up. As I understand it, there's 3 steps. The first would be to decide whether or not to give the staff the authorization to develop standards. Presuming we did, come back, and the second step would be to decide whether or not to have a pilot program with 1 or more municipalities. And the third step would be to come back to decide whether to run with the program or not statewide. Is that right?
I think that the first 2 steps definitely, as far as a statewide, the standards would be statewide for any vendor that wished to submit their product for approval. The actual implementation of electronic poll books is strictly voluntary by the municipalities. So if a municipality wanted to use the system once it was approved for sale in Wisconsin, they could purchase it and use it directly, unless we wanted to subject them to a pilot program where they would have to first test the system in the pilot, and then they could use it on full scale.
So all that you're asking us to do today is to go thumbs up or thumbs down on whether or not you should develop standards?
That would be the first step, yes.
With respect to that stage, how much more do you think is needed before we proceeded with a pilot program beyond all of the requirements and sort of proposed standards that are in the 2014 memo?
I don't anticipate that the standards would require that much additional work. We already put together those draft standards based on review of other states and what other states had done for standards, as well as talking with our own IT team about what they would need for integration. So there will be some additional work involved, certainly. As you just saw, we're developing a new WISVote system. If we were going to try and integrate electronic poll books, we would want to do that now while we're still in development of that system. But I don't anticipate there would be a lot more work on the standards. I think before the next meeting, I think we would be focusing more on the details of how a potential pilot would work, identifying municipalities and vendors that would be interested in participating.
Just one of the key elements for making this work is being able to get the voter registration information both statewide and more particular for that particular polling place, whether it's county-wide or municipal-wide or ward level, from our system onto the poll book, and then being able to translate the data, such as who voted, back into our system. And that's where the savings come across, is that communication. You know, the system itself, there are certain things it has to do, but where you generate the savings is, one, you take the existing list of voters that you would normally print out, and two, you capture their voter participation, which is important to us in counting the number of votes, reconciling vote totals, that kind of information. So that has to come back into our system as well.
I don't know if the board necessarily saw a copy preliminary to today's meeting, but there was a submission, I believe, through Outagamie County. The Outagamie County clerk gave us a letter of support for electronic poll books, and in that letter she identified some costs that they had for this post-election activity of entering election day registrations, entering voter participation in the election, recording the fact that they voted in that election. She ballparked that at around $20,000 for her particular county, but also talked about the delays that they have seen where they had to spend staff time putting that information into the SVRS system, and how they were one of the counties that needed additional time to put that information into the system. And that with electronic poll books, they would essentially be able to complete those tasks much earlier at a trade-off for the cost of the system, of course. So there may be some savings on labor, but you're also essentially buying time.
The law requires municipal clerks to update voter participation in our system 30 days after every election, except for the November election, which is 45 days. With electronic poll books, it takes them less than 2 minutes.
The analogy has been from days to minutes, or days to at least a couple hours, but it's much quicker to upload because all the information has already been entered at the polling place, and all they're doing is then copying that information into the state system.
And when you say copying into the state system, are you saying into what will be the WISVote system?
I was intentionally vague on my terms, but yes, WISVote, currently SVRS, soon to be WISVote.
You anticipated that a moment ago, but wouldn't it be essential that any ebook system be able to talk to the WISVote system?
What would happen is the WISVote system would provide a file that would then be loaded onto the electronic poll book, the tablet or the laptop, whatever it is that's being used in the polling place. So there's not necessarily going to be direct communication between every polling place and the WISVote system. The WISVote system will have a file that it exports that is then loaded on those tablets or laptops, and those laptops and tablets will use that file for election day, and then that information will be moved back up to the state system. So there's not a direct communication.
at the information that's moved back up, will have additional names for people who register on election day, and it will have voter participation. So we'll pick up some data that was collected at the polling place in the file that was moved in.
Mhm. Yeah, I just wanted to address that. There's not a live connection. There is, and I believe the Dane County Clerk brought this up earlier about the misconception of internet connectivity, that we've seen that as well. There's a wide misconception that these systems need to talk to the state of Wisconsin, to the SVRS system. That's not true. You can work with systems in a non-connected environment where they're simply working off of that file that was downloaded to them at some point. So at some point you do need an internet connection to get the file, but after that you don't need an internet connection anymore until you upload that file back up to the state. So there's no requirement for internet connection. If you do have an internet access in your polling place, it is possible that you could network multiple polling places together. So if somebody votes in the fire station, that voter participation is recorded, and then the polling place down the street at City Hall would know John Smith has already voted down at the fire station. So if he tried to go to multiple polling places, they would have that connection. They would be able to see that immediately.
Where there is internet connectivity, you pick up an additional benefit.
Yes.
On that, but that's not something that exists statewide, so.
I wasn't thinking about the direct communication, but just wanted to be sure I understood that it would be a given that whatever files this ebook is using would be compatible with or could be read by the state system.
That would be a minimum requirement for us, is that it would be able to integrate with the SVRS system. And I know that Sarah Witt, our IT lead, the functional lead for our SVRS WISVote system, is very adamant on a common data format and making sure that any systems that we would be approving would be able to integrate easily with the SVRS system. We don't want to do custom work for every vendor that may seek approval. We would want them all to follow our data format.
I mean, the reality is that the electronic file that gets loaded onto this is essentially the same as the paper file that would have been printed that would be at the polling place. It just would be in an electronic format as opposed to a paper format. It wouldn't be any different. It might look a little different, but the data would be the same as if they'd printed it out.
Yeah, something that I don't think is necessarily highlighted in the survey, but was talked about in the research report, is the idea of additional capabilities or functionalities of an e-poll book system. And one of those is providing support to poll workers on election day, where if they had a situation come up like a provisional voting problem, say, for example, a voter does not present the required proof of identification, they could, in theory, go through a process using the electronic poll book where it would guide them through step by step how they handle that situation. That gives us support to our poll workers. It also provides a level of consistency and documentation that we know that a certain process was followed if they have to click through steps on the electronic poll book. So again, that's additional functionality, not a minimum.
It seems to me the only question at the moment is how fast we should move on this. I mean, that may not be a view shared by the whole board, but it seems to me that this has got to happen, it should happen. And if the next step is to review and add to the standards or procedures that have already been developed, we ought to start that process. How soon there could be a pilot program, I'm not sure of, and how it would, what election would be the right place to start. I know we've got a lot to deal with in terms of voter ID and some of the other issues here. I'm not sure how much staff time, though, would be involved in just finalizing standards. And unless there's some reason not to, I'm thinking we should proceed with that today.
That's a motion?
Well, it is, but I know there's been some concerns and reluctance about this in the past, so I'll, if there are other...
You see if there's some support, right?
See if there's opposition, for good reason. If you want a motion, I'll make it. I don't know if we have a suggested
Judge
motion.
Lemass on the phone yet?
Yes, she is.
What's her position? She was concerned about that. staff
you
time.
asking about me?
Yes.
Yeah, I have been reluctant to support the electronic poll book because of the concern that I have about all that we already have on the table. And we voted against it, I think, at our last meeting. After that vote was taken, I then supported the survey to see if the vote against starting the electronic poll book process now was in contravention of an overwhelming amount of support by the clerks who have to deal with this. And so I was very glad to see the survey. After looking at the survey, my sense is that the electronic poll book is that it's something that will come. It's a matter of time. But I did not get the sense, both from the number of people who failed to respond at all, and then from the results that we got, that this is something that is going to distress or impede our election next year, which is where a lot of my focus is at. So I would say that I don't support going forward with the electronic poll book now, that we should get through voter ID and then the new SVRS, which vote? That we should get that and next year's election under our belt, and then turn our attention to the electronic poll book. Thank you.
Well, I disagree with that. I'll speak from just my position as a board member. But it seems to me that there's very little that has to happen in terms of the standards because they're pretty well developed. And we'll look at, if we go forward, we'll look at probably the primary in 2016 to do a demonstration of how it can work in municipalities. There are certainly many that would volunteer to cooperate. And then we'd have the whole year to bring that back and develop the standards and also look as to whether we want to do standards and go like Iowa or whether we want to go like Indiana and Ohio and other states in terms of whether we have our own system or whether we just have the vendors and the clerks can pick and choose. We aren't imposing this on the clerks because they have the right to accept it or reject it. So I see nothing to be gained by waiting for a year if we do it in that fashion.
Is there some legislative change that would have to happen before we could authorize or a municipality could use a poll book?
I'm not aware of any limitations. I don't know if Mike or Kevin.
Well, I think as far as legislation, if poll books were implemented as an option statewide, we would want to examine the statutes and see which statutes we would recommend amending to accommodate poll books. I mean, the statutes refer to two poll lists, for instance, and there are a number of other examples of statutes that might have to be tweaked to accommodate the use of electronic poll books. As David mentioned, the statutes already authorize the use of them if the board approves. And so, you know, I think there is some, I'm guessing there would be some support amongst the legislature to do that kind of analysis for us to, if the board approved the pilot program for that, we would then also, along with that, analyze which statutes would have to be amended in order to accommodate their use. I would just also briefly, if I could, address the concern about the response rate. I think based on other surveys we have done of clerks, we think this is an excellent response rate. The number of clerks that responded, 781 municipal clerks and 25 county clerks. That's 781 out of 1,853 municipalities that bothered to respond. We also know, I think, that some clerks aren't going to respond because they realize it would be an option and they're just not interested in using it. And there is as David alluded to, kind of a sweet spot, I think, of the size of municipality, whether they think it would be worth the effort and the cost to embark on using electronic poll books. And if it is not, if they don't see that great benefit based on their voting population and number of polling places, they may not have been interested in responding to our survey.
I'd like to ask Sandy Juneau a question if I could. Yes, you.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen a copy of the response map?
Yes.
Okay. You gave us a good talk on the pros and cons of this, but I noticed what I presume is the city of Green Bay said no. Can you give us some insight as to that? Because that's a huge municipality.
Correct.
Yeah, come on up if you would, please.
The city of Green Bay came to the demonstration that was held in Brown County in, thinking it was the end of May. They really liked what they saw as far as the technology goes. Their dilemma is the cost that would be involved with purchasing the tablets. I know they take forever to get their voters' activity into the system. Following the election, they just don't really have the people to do all that manual work. So they looked at this as being a real benefit. And that's why when I spoke today, I asked you if you'd look at maybe looking at doing something in-house as well as looking at working with vendors to make it affordable for municipalities.
Okay, so their only concern was cost?
Most of the clerks that I have talked to, it's been the cost.
Okay, thank you.
The acquisition cost of the tablets.
Correct.
Which is what Dane County's clerk made the same comment about
Correct.
Madison. That they'd have to plan that a little bit further out.
Right, our budgets are all done for next year, so it's unlikely that there would be a purchase made.
I would move that we direct the staff to further develop procedure standards and proposed legislative changes related to electronic poll books, and to report on
October 20th?
by the next meeting.
I'd second that motion.
Is that October 20th?
Yes.
There was some discussion in the report that we got a couple of years ago about signatures, electronic signatures versus not electronic signatures. Could you remind me about what that was about?
So, as I recall, most electronic poll books provide for the option of a voter to sign directly on the tablet using a finger or a stylus and record their signature electronically. We do have a signature requirement for our poll books in the state of Wisconsin. We could capture the signature electronically, or we could still capture the signature on paper. Some systems that are used in other states that have similar requirements will print a paper receipt that the voter then signs the receipt so that you have a wet signature. But we could do it either way.
That would be an example of how we would refine a standard. Because that was the question that you raised.
Yeah, my concern is that electronic signatures, first of all.
Hard to recognize.
Well, some of the signatures are hard to recognize to begin with, and then you try to do it on a computer. It seems to me that the legislature should take the requirement out if we're going to do it electronically. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. You can't read that. Electronic signature is worthless as far as I'm concerned.
That's a standard we could address.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Just a comment in connection with my motion. I think the big question here, besides how fast we move, the big question is whether this is something that ought to just be a matter that the board allows municipalities to do, or whether the board should be and the staff should be developing an e-book system and maybe asking the state to fund it that would be the model that the municipalities would use. I'm not sure which of those makes more sense, but I think that's going to be a big question down the road.
Down the road, yeah, but I think the motion is right on point and fairly simple, and just is going to end up giving us more information.
How many hours of staff time is this going to take? Do we know?
As I indicated before to Judge Frankie's point, I don't anticipate the standards needing that much work. We've they're not that old. We did a review of other state standards just in 2013. We could certainly revisit those very quickly. So I don't know that I could put a specific number of hours on it, but obviously we do have a number of other projects, WISVote, other photo ID priorities, but I think we could accomplish it before the next meeting.
It's better between now and October than it is between December and March.
Yes.
And we wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel if down the road we decided to develop our own system through WISVote, because other states have already done it, and we use it as a prototype, and we could tweak it and make it even better.
That's very true.
Okay, we're ready to vote on the motion. All those in favor say, well, maybe we should do a roll call. Let's do a roll call.
Judge Barlin?
Aye.
Judge Lemalis?
No.
Judge Freilich?
No.
Judge Volke?
Aye.
Judge Frankie?
Aye.
And Judge Nickel?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-2. One more agenda item for October.
Thank you.
Let's go to MyVote Wisconsin contract, which is at page 78. It's one page with a recommended motion on page 79.
So I will be presenting this item along with Megan McCord-Wolf, who's our voter outreach election specialist. MyVote Wisconsin, as you may recall, is really our voter-faced website. We have now what we're calling WISVote, which is really what clerks work in and our staff works in. MyVote Wisconsin allows voters to go on the website, find out who's on their ballot, who their clerk is, when their next election is, what their voter registration, voter participation has been. It also allows some voters to initiate a registration online, although that process has to be completed in a paper process. So that's what MyVote Wisconsin is. It was developed in 2012, as we mentioned, as part of the agency receiving a competitive grant from the federal government. It's really been one of our, I think, success stories the last few years, both in competing for and getting that grant and in how it's been implemented by the development of MyVote Wisconsin, which was in place for the 2012 fall election cycle. We're at the point where that system has been used now for a couple of election cycles. We have collected a lot of feedback about how it operates and what could be done better. We also conducted a series of usability tests, which were really highly focused sessions of regular people that were recruited to give us feedback on that system. And we literally sat down with them and said, what would you do on this system? How easy is it to manipulate? What are your suggestions to make it better? Our staff was trained in how to conduct those usability sessions, and Megan has led that process. And then other staff would listen to that feedback in real time, and then we consolidated all of that feedback to try to get a sense of what we could do better. So we're at a point where in the development of WISVote, we want to also bring along MyVote Wisconsin with the idea of making it more usable, easier to use for the average person. And we were under a little bit of a crunch time in 2012 to get it developed because it was a requirement of the grant to be ready for the fall election cycle. And so the functionality is there, but you would be surprised on when you look at how we expect people to use this system and then in reality what they actually do, what buttons they click, what page they end up with, where they get lost within that website. So we have been sitting down to figure out the next step in the development of improving MyVote Wisconsin, which we're calling MyVote 2.0. And our staff came up with a bunch of essentially what we call our paper protocol system to say this is how we would like the website to look and act when it's revised. but we haven't gotten to the IT development of that system. And we have a large amount of federal funds remaining from this grant. They need to be expended by the end of November of next year. And we just thought this is a project that can be separated off. It's a nice chunk of a project that we could farm out to a private vendor. We have the funds to do that have to be dedicated to that project. And so we started to consider, rather than tying up our IT staff with this project, to solicit proposals from outside vendors. And so what we're requesting at this point is for the board to authorize issuing a request for proposal. This is a fairly lengthy process, and so we wanted to get started on it so that as the WISVote development starts to come to a close, we can focus on MyVote Wisconsin. But I wanted to direct your attention to the motion on page 79, and I think my recommendation would be to delete the second sentence, and I wanted to explain why. The recommended motion, would authorize the staff to post a request for proposal related to this project. The second sentence directs staff to issue that request for proposal. Since we drafted this memo, we have been researching some other alternatives for a more efficient and quicker way to engage an outside vendor if the board would approve that. And so there are still some options that we want to research further and get that information to the board that might expedite the process. So at this point, I think we'd be asking the board to authorize us to issue a request for proposal. And I haven't even had a chance to discuss deleting that second sentence with Kevin, but in case he's got any
Well, we
feedback.
talked about the fact that there were other options.
Right,
and we've
right.
had this discussion, so.
Right.
Mike, I'm not sure I'm tracking here. Is this something that was handled by the staff in the past?
When it was initially developed, it was our staff and our IT team, our contracted IT developers that developed this system in 2012. And so it was not contracted out. Now what we're looking for a vendor to do is really to create what we call the look and feel of the website. We know what functionalities we want, and a lot of it we already have. There will be some tasks that our IT team will need to perform along with the vendor to make sure that everything connects well with WISVote. All the data in MyVote Wisconsin comes directly from our SVRS system. It sort of struck me in looking at our agenda, this is the fourth item we've had this morning on elections, all dealing with technology in one sense or another, from voting equipment to all of these technology systems we have, and it really emphasizes the degree that we rely on technology, and clerks do, and now voters do as well. This is, I guess, the next step in making this system as usable and productive as possible. As I mentioned, we have existing funds remaining from the grant of over $700,000. We don't anticipate that this project is going to take the majority of that. Even, I don't want to put a number on it, but this is a fairly modest project, but it's something that we think is necessary to upgrade the system. So Megan, I don't know if you have any other comments on exactly what we're looking for from a vendor, but.
And then, Mike, if you would please elucidate on the second sentence you want deleted, the reason for that?
Right. Since we drafted this memo last week, we have been researching other options for engaging an outside vendor. There are vendors that have contracts with other state agencies now, and that we may be able to join in that contract rather than going through the entire process of posting a request for proposal. There's a pretty detailed process in state government where you have to evaluate those requests for proposals, and then choose who would be the winning vendor. There are some other options, and we have been just the last few days gathering more information about whether or not it's possible for us to engage a vendor without going through the longer protracted RFP process. So that's why I was requesting to take out the specific direction, and at this point, simply authorize the staff so that if we found a more efficient process, we could bring it to the board for approval. But in the meantime, if we did not, we would at least have this authorization and could get started on an RFP.
How much money is left from the federal grant?
It's, I think about $740,000 remains.
Do you have any number in mind as to what would be a reasonable proposal or bid under this, for this project?
What we have, I think, just a ballpark sense, and I guess I hesitate to talk about what our sense of the amount is, just because vendors might disagree and say, we think we can do it for half of that. And I don't want to tell them we have X amount of money to spend on this project. It's something we could.
We already told
discuss
them
more.
$740,000.
Right.
I was going to ask if that information, maybe I just made it available, is available. I'm concerned about vendor bidding with that number in
No,
mind.
and this $740,000, I mean, that is for the MyVote system. It also pays for some of our technology, some of our servers. Some of the cost of that is prorated because that technology not only is used for SVRS, but it's used for MyVote Wisconsin. So we have some ongoing monthly costs that come out of that budget, some staffing costs as well. So it's a fraction of what we have in this budget is what we would anticipate.
Are there any other anticipated projects that could use this money?
No, because, well, the condition of the grant was to create a system that would specifically assist military and overseas voters in transmission of ballots. But in creating that system, we were able to build in a lot of other functionalities. So that those grant funds from the federal government have to be used for this project and for assisting those voters.
Yeah, I would add a couple of things, and just to back up a little bit, just for any of the IT team members that might be listening to this, it wasn't that we didn't feel that the IT team didn't have the necessary expertise to take this project on, it was simply the timing. With the WISFO project going live early in January, and then certainly there will be additional enhancements that will be made following that. And then with the FF grant expiring in November, we didn't want to potentially leave monies on the table that could be used towards really making that MyVote system that much better. And so we felt that by utilizing potentially outside individuals or contractors would better serve getting that MyVote system be the best it can by the time that federal project expires. Because MyVote derives much of their information directly from SVRS, there is going to be a set amount of money that will be set aside from the WISVote project for those licenses that will be taken from the FAP grant. Additionally, in order to make MyVote still functional on January, our IT team is going to have to do work between now and January to make the current MyVote system work. So there are going to be ongoing costs with that. So I think initially we talked that, I can't say exactly either what that amount will be, but there certainly will be costs from that 740 that will be dedicated toward the license costs and also for making the current MyVote system operable or operational by January.
And just to echo the motion the board just approved to spend that $480,000 for the licenses, a portion of that cost will come out of this grant because it does serve the MyVote Wisconsin website.
So what specifically are you asking
So
the board for in a motion?
We have a motion on page 79, recommended motion, asking the board to authorize staff to post a request for proposal related to this project.
Without the last sentence.
Striking the second sentence, correct.
Also move.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Judge Barlow.
Yes.
And Judge Frelick's motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, it passes. And we next go to item L, window for lobbyist contributions to presidential campaigns.
You know, this still has an elections division component, John.
I don't think so. It has some election statutes components. But in any event, as we all know, Governor Walker is running for president, and although we have not received any formal written requests for advice, we have begun to receive telephone inquiries from lobbyists asking when they may give contribution to Governor Walker's presidential campaign. Wisconsin's lobbying law restricts the time during which lobbyists may furnish contributions both to candidates for elective state office as well as current partisan elected state officials running for local, state, or national office. And the statute provides that the window during which a lobbyist may furnish a contribution to a partisan elective state official running for national office is in the year of the candidate's election, between the first day authorized by law for the circulation of nomination papers as a candidate at a general election, and the day of that election. The problem is that there is no filing of nomination papers for a presidential candidate of a major political party. The selection process is that their names are chosen by a party committee to be put on the presidential preference ballot, which is not an election as that term is used in the statutes. It's a presidential preference vote. And ultimately, the party chooses who will go on the general election ballot. The only individuals running for president who must circulate nomination papers are independent candidates.
Does that include like libertarians, socialists, communists?
It includes the socialists. Currently, we have 5, if I can step in, John. We have 5 political parties that have ballot status that would, where the party at its nominating convention would certify to us who their candidates are going to be. That would be the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the Constitution Party, the Wisconsin Green Party, and the Libertarian Party.
Okay, thank you.
So the question becomes, when may lobbyists begin to furnish Governor Walker with campaign contributions for his presidential race? He doesn't have to circulate nomination papers, but the only date in the statute for anyone to circulate nomination papers is actually July.
Well, there's 2 different dates.
No, for nomination papers, it's July 1.
Right.
There is a way for candidates of major parties who are not selected to be on the ballot by their party to circulate a petition. Now, it's not called nomination papers, but to circulate a petition to be on the ballot anyway. That would be a matter, for example, if the Republican Party decides not to, for example, put Donald Trump's name, he could nonetheless circulate a petition, and the date for circulating that is in January.
Well,
I believe January 5th.
But draw the distinction. That's for the presidential preference vote,
That's
which
right.
is part of the nominating process to get to the convention.
Exactly
Which is
right.
a little
What we're trying to fasten on, is there a date here that we can seize on to, because the legislature, quite frankly, is simply not provided for this circumstance.
Do you get any help from looking at similar laws or standards in Iowa, Michigan, Illinois, Minnesota?
We have not done that. We have not done that. And I don't, our lobbying law is fairly unique in many respects, so I don't know that there's much more out there.
Then if we have various options, doesn't that make it pretty clear that this is an issue that the legislature should address?
It's certainly an option that we've listed. Normally staff, if we believe there's a clear answer or even a best answer, we will make a recommendation to the board. And we did not make a recommendation here because there does not appear to be either a clear or necessarily a good answer, but one of the options is for the board to ask the legislature to address this.
I tend to think there's a best answer here, but I'm still a little confused, assuming there is, and the board would agree on one. I'm still a little confused about our role in issuing some advisory opinion about what the law means. Are we saying, we've got this ambiguous statute, at least ambiguous as applied to this setting,
Yes.
that we won't prosecute you if you make a contribution in this window? Is that essentially what we're saying?
That may be what the board is saying.
Civilly prosecute.
Yes, that may be what the board is saying. I mean, the board's role is to interpret statutes and apply them to specific situations. Maybe in this case, the board can't quite do that and may ultimately be forced to simply say, we won't prosecute you if you do this, because the statute doesn't give us a clear path. And so you may be right that that's what the best that the board can do in this specific situation.
Well, in terms of funding, isn't the critical time for funding as a practical matter between January 5th and the presidential preferential vote?
Well, I guess candidates are the people to answer that, but my guess is yes, you're right. That is at least as important a time period as when we get closer to the general election, yes.
And that's in February?
The presidential
primary?
April.
First Tuesday in April.
Now, the purpose of the statutes, and the legislature never really clearly says, here's the purpose of the statute, but it seems to be to allow lobbyists to make contributions, and I think that to prohibit them from making contributions entirely would be unconstitutional. And certainly the Attorney General said that once upon a time and said, but as long as you give them a time period, you're okay. And not to have lobbyists who are trying to influence state government be allowed to give those contributions while state government is still actively in operation through, the legislature continuing to meet and that sort of thing. That's why for most candidates, it's the April date for circulating nomination papers, because other candidates for state office, for example, or even for Congress, it's an April day for circulating nomination papers, and hence an April day for the opening of the window.
If I can interject, John, interestingly enough, when the legislature decided what was the appropriate time, they picked the beginning of the nominating process, which used to be June 1st
Right.
of even-numbered years, was when the window opened, unless the legislature went into session.
And then it would close only for only for legislative candidates.
Right. When the law was changed to move our primary to August and begin the nomination process on April 15th, the window was not changed until this last legislative session. And the legislature's argument was, well, we want to line it up to the way it used to be. So they still think that the beginning of the nominating process, the first day to circulate nomination papers, is the best window. But in 2014, when we first moved it, it was still June 1st, but actually, I'm sorry, in 2012 when we first moved it. 2014, they changed it from June 1st to April 15th so that it followed the old pattern. So there is this sense that the legislature said when the nominating process opens, that's when we'll let lobbyists contribute. You could make a case that the first Tuesday in January of the presidential year is when the nominating process opens for presidential candidates, because that's the day that the committee meets to decide who's going to be on the April ballot. And it's also the date that if the committee says we're not putting you on the ballot, using the Donald Trump example, maybe the committee says we're not going to put you on the ballot, he could circulate and get his name on the ballot anyway.
If it's ambiguous and the legislature has specifically changed the dates for the windows, why not let them do it again, if that's what they really want to do?
Well, even if we do something, it'd be unenforceable, because we don't have any statutory authority to base it
I suppose if what you're saying is we could not prevent a district attorney from prosecuting someone, that is correct.
Well, if we try to enforce it, we'll probably be sued again.
That's
Well-
also possible.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we might be sued because we would tell a lobbyist, we don't see a window where you can make a contribution. And they would say, gee, I should have an opportunity to make a contribution.
Sure, it's a violation of First Amendment.
Yeah.
Isn't there a distinction between lobbyists contributing to legislative candidates and lobbyists contributing to a presidential candidate?
The restriction is because the candidate is a state public official.
Official currently.
Currently. It doesn't matter what office the state public official is running for, whether they're running for a local office, a state office, or a federal office. That's where the restriction comes in.
And we certainly in the past had a number of legislators running, for example, for mayor of Milwaukee or county executive, which are local offices, but because they are currently state partisan elected officials, they've been subject to the lobbying law's restrictions. And in fact, there was a time when the lobbying law did not even make allowance for giving a contribution in a spring election. And so legislators running for one of these spring offices could never accept a contribution from a lobbyist for those offices. That was changed.
It seems that the main problem here, or the only problem, arises from applying the phrase circulation of nomination papers to a presidential race. But I just have a question for Jonathan about the phrase earlier, just to try to understand the somewhat turgid language of this statute. Right before that, it says, in the year of a candidate's election. Is that clearly a reference to the election for which the nomination papers and election that you're contributing to will apply?
Yes.
Because you don't know if they're going to be elected yet, right?
Yes, but that's right. That's how it's always been understood and interpreted. So that it's, the window is for a period of months in the very year in which that election is being held.
And it's the election in which that candidate is interested. It's not
That is
the
correct.
candidate's election yet.
That's correct. In other words, if you're a midterm state senator running for something in the middle of your 4-year term, you could take contributions for that office that you're running for. So yeah, your interpretation is correct. At least that's how we've always understood it.
You could actually have someone who took a contribution in April or May, but never filed nomination papers and qualified for the ballot, but it would be permissible.
It would be permissible if they created a campaign committee for that office. Now, the question is, what if they started collecting contributions and never bothered to circulate nomination papers? Then what would happen? Well, we've not had to face that in the past, and let's not deal with that right today. Because it's not before us. How's that?
I wouldn't want any lobbyists to rely on what one board member says at a meeting as a tentative thought. But it seems clear to me that of the 3 choices that the memo clearly lays out, the statute is not all that clear. I'm not sure it's ambiguous as much as it is hard to apply here. But the memo clearly lays out 3 possible ways to interpret this. And it seems to me that if you want to apply the words of the statute, then the third interpretation suggested in the memo is clearly the best and clearly the truest to the language, which would start the window when some people for that office can circulate nomination papers, and that would be July 1. But regardless of whether other members agree with me, I'm back to my question about what is it we're doing here, and maybe we just want to find a way to point this out to the legislature, and in the meantime, lobbyists are on their own here, and I would like to help them out with an advisory opinion. I'm just not real sure that we can do that, and that as I think it was Judge Nickel pointed out, a DA can then do what he or she wants.
I do think that from a textual standpoint, the July 1 date is the sort of the best. And I think we say that in the memo from a, you know, if you want to stick as closely as possible to the text. But I also think that we still have time, and the legislature has time to address this, and a motion that essentially asks the legislature to address this through legislation would be appropriate too, and we would immediately convey that to the legislature to address this.
And I gotta think that they would jump on it pretty quickly.
I would think that they would want
They're in
to.
session, so they can do it right now.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
I'd make a motion that we indicate that at least with the fact situation that we're presented with, the statute is ambiguous, and
Tim,
we should
I
be.
can't hear you.
It's gotta cover it up.
I would make a motion that, under the present circumstances,
right
the statute is ambiguous, and we send a resolution to the legislature suggesting that it would be appropriate for them to address this and pass a law indicating when lobbyists can first contribute to candidates for president and vice president.
I don't think the statute's ambiguous, it's just not clear. And I don't.
That's the most ambiguous statement I've ever heard.
No, I don't think we should say it's ambiguous.
It's not ambiguous, it simply doesn't address the situation,
Right.
is I think also Judge Frankie's point perhaps.
So if you take the word ambiguous out, I can second your motion.
I'll take the word ambiguous out just to get your second.
Thank you.
Judge, did that address what you were about to say, Judge Lamalis?
Yes, I'm just a little nervous about formally saying it's ambiguous, but I understand the sentiment. And I agree with Judge Freilich, it's just not clear.
As strange as it seems to say that, I'm also of the view that I'm not comfortable calling this ambiguous, and yet I will say it does not clearly apply to the circumstances of a presidential candidate and needs to be addressed by the legislature. I don't know if we want to.
Now I know I'm really in trouble.
Well, another way of putting that is that its application to a presidential candidate is unclear, and the board asked the legislature to address that. Something along those lines.
That's your motion?
That's what I said.
I second
Quite
that. I second that
unambiguously.
amended motion.
Reed, do you want to read it back?
You said that the application of a presidential candidate is unclear.
Can't hear you.
Mr. Becker said that the application of the law to a presidential candidate is unclear, and the board asks the legislature to pass a law indicating when a lobbyist can first contribute to a candidate for president or vice president. That puts some of the motions together.
I would say that I don't even like not clear. I would say not fully satisfactory or something like that. We don't know down the road if someone is going to look at this differently, some DA is going to look at it differently, and so
But we can't.
I want to be as ambiguous as possible about the lack of clarity in the statute.
Clarity, isn't that being unclear?
Yeah.
Did you second
Well,
his
the long and
motion?
short of it is that the statutes don't address that problem.
That's a good point.
Well, I think that's pretty much what we're saying.
It doesn't address it clearly.
Specifically. Why don't we say it does not address it specifically?
It addresses it ambiguously. Let's just vote.
Call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
I would suggest.
Motion carried.
I would suggest that we simply have the board chair review the resolution that's going to go over to the legislature.
As long as it's not ambiguous.
Right?
I mean, the sense of the motion is for the legislature to act here.
That's right.
And I think that preamble to that may be subject to some editing to satisfy the board.
Yeah.
Well, is there any problem having the exact language brought back for us to consider?
Well, I think we indicated at our last meeting that on questions like this, it would go to the chairman, and then he has a choice, sign it.
All right, that's fine.
Or bring it to our attention.
And we should do it expeditiously so that they can act upon it.
And my sense is that the board hasn't quite settled on whether they want to call that ambiguous or doesn't clearly apply.
They don't want to call it
We don't want to.
We've clearly settled that.
That one we settled.
The motion was clear.
Right. Okay. This is really up to the board if you're satisfied with having the chair tweak some of that preamble language.
Should we send out a copy of this to all the lobbyists so they can go to work on it too?
No.
No?
Okay, let's not do that.
Well, we will tell the AWL what we did.
And I did touch base with the AWL, and I don't get a sense of any strong feeling on this issue.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They just want guidance.
Yes.
That's what they asked for,
They
basically.
want guidance.
Guidance is
Well,
golden.
let me interject something. I think the term ambiguous means capable of more than one meaning by a reasonable person. And here the statutes don't address that particular problem.
Right.
So we're not dealing with ambiguity, we're dealing with lack of specificity.
I think it's clear that the motion that we passed is not going to use the word ambiguous, right?
Yes,
that's right.
That will not be in there.
Okay.
But I think that Judge Barlin is specifically requesting that we simply state the statute does not specifically address this circumstance, and we ask the legislature to do it. That's how I read Judge Barlin's
Well,
comment.
Judge Nicola is going to be looking at the language, and I'm sure he'll make it absolutely perfect.
Hello?
Be the first time in my life.
You'll make it unambiguously clear.
Is lunch, Sherry, is lunch here? Not yet, we continue to go.
Okay.
Kevin, I can hardly hear anybody.
Well, the question was whether lunch was here yet, and the answer was no.
Yeah, and you probably have yours there, Elsa. Anyway, next we go to J, request for waivers on statement of economic interest. There are two requests.
And Adam Harvell of our staff will handle this. Adam is a lawyer, and Adam, among his many responsibilities in the division, heads our program for statements of economic interest.
Okay, and we're on page 91, and there are two individuals who are required to file statements of economic interest who have requested a waiver of part of their statement. They're summed up. Mr. Zaratsky is a member of the Moraine Park Technical College Board. Mr. Horning is a member of the Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Authority Board. And both of them are requesting waivers for section number 3, commercial customers, clients, and tenants. They both cite the sections of the waiver standards for the confidentiality for clients and the number of interests and the difficulty in reporting the number of interests that they have.
Having read through the memo and all the attached materials from both of these individuals, I'm prepared to make both of the motions on page 92. Granting both requests for a waiver and instructing staff to send notice informing these gentlemen of that fact.
There was one wrinkle that we wanted to add, that Mr. Horning, as a member of the board of the Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Authority, could possibly be in a position to do business with commercial clients and tenants, approve loans, things of that nature, in a way that probably a technical college board member wouldn't. But he still probably meets the waiver standards. Did that
I
sum up?
felt a concern about Mr. Horning. I'm not sure specifically what all of the duties that he has as a board member of WIDA are, but it seems to me that given the nature of his clients that there was a real possibility for self-dealing here. And I know that one of the factors that we built into these waivers is that there be no self-dealing, but he seems to be saying he can't even figure out who his clients are. So I was concerned about Mr. Horning's request, unless I'm wrong about what WIDA does.
I think WIDA gives out loans for
First-time home buyers.
yeah, home buyers, but don't they also fund projects too? And they fund projects, real estate projects in essence.
So his clients, right?
Possibly.
Possibly, potentially. Now, whether he reveals them or not, he can't participate in those decisions.
But he's saying he can't even figure it out, right? Isn't that what he's saying?
He's saying he can't figure out who are individual humans versus who are organizational clients. And of course, you never have to reveal individual humans that you do business with unless they're a lobbyist.
If as a board member he was considering some sort of loan or anything that had to do with one of those individuals, he would have to disclose and or recuse himself, right?
He would have to recuse himself, yes. And we could certainly, the board could add, as if the board wanted to grant a waiver, as a condition that if any one of his clients had a matter before WIDA, he would disclose, he would be required to disclose that at that time.
And recuse himself.
And recuse himself.
But don't his clients apply for WIDA loans?
We don't know.
I mean, not even just big projects. I mean, aren't WIDA loans common from people who are trying to buy real estate? I thought that's one of the things WIDA did. I hear about WIDA loans all the time, or WIDA-backed loans, WIDA guaranteed loans. I don't know exactly how that process works, but it seems to me that do banks administer them? I just don't know enough here.
But isn't a requirement that he disclose any connection to someone applying for a loan and then recuse himself from that decision? Isn't that sufficient? And would be what would also happen if he was required to in advance disclose every one of his clients?
Let me point out that the businesses that he is engaged in include title insurance, which I don't think those clients are likely to be implicated in WIDA transactions, property and casualty insurance, which he's involved in, real estate licensing and educational classes.
I don't understand why WIDA wouldn't be involved in title insurance. People need title insurance when they buy real estate.
I don't think they specify who title insurance has to come through, though. I may be wrong about that. But he does deal in real estate brokerage and real estate franchise, whatever that is, and that, I think, raises some concerns. And then also residential mortgage bank. Possible.
I don't think the motion has been seconded at this point, has it?
No.
No.
Maybe we should separate these two and deal with them separately.
I'll withdraw the motion as to Horning.
So we have a
Well, I'll second it as to Mr. Zaratsky.
Any further discussion on Mr. Zarowski? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. As to Horning.
Perhaps we don't know enough about what WIDA does.
Maybe what we should do is to, Adam and I can contact Mr. Horning, tell him the board was hesitant to grant his waiver and that we need a better understanding of what his businesses are. and the nature of his clients and what they do. And at the same time, I will talk to WIDA as general counsel and get a better understanding from them, and in fact, see if they have some concerns, which they might very well have, of one of their board members not revealing his business clients. And we can come back to the board at the next meeting with a recommendation at that time, or at least more information for the board to consider. The way this came to the board is, this was a request, we look at the standards, it seemed to fit, but then as Adam and I were getting closer to the meeting and talking about this, we identified this concern that Adam and I wanted to bring to the board's attention. So if it's all right with the board, maybe we should proceed in that fashion.
Sounds good to me.
We will do that.
Get more information to come back.
Absolutely, okay.
Okay, Jerry, the food's not here yet. Let us know when it comes. Okay, we'll go to item J.
Oh, I guess they just got in.
You need some time to set it up? Yeah.
Sure. That's fine. Just give me I'm just queuing you up for the next one. I got nothing. So the next item is a status report on administrative rules, and Nate Judnick is prepared to give you some highlights and respond to any questions about the status of our promulgation process.
Good afternoon. A brief update, I think, on the admin rules. The memo starts on page 114, and the two, I think, major items of note. We had the issue of certain administrative rules still remaining in the code, old rules that should have been removed when the board was first brought into existence, and they had kind of languished in the code. After some conversations with LRB, some back and forth, that was actually accomplished in the last couple of weeks. So if you go to the official, online version of the code now, the code is up to date and has removed those pieces that should have been gone a long time ago. So that's good news. So that is now out there for public consumption and is accurate. The second item of note is the technical college IDs for purposes of voter identification. The emergency rule is still in effect. That passed a month or so ago. The update is on the permanent rule. On August 29th, we received approval of the draft rule from the governor's office. So that's another step in the very long process of promulgating rules. The next steps in that process now are compiling a series of reports to go to the legislature, and then those reports go to the various committees and the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules. And then once that process takes place, then hopefully after that it is finally approved after any comments that they have or any tweaks or additions. This one doesn't seem to be very controversial. I don't anticipate too much on this one, as the emergency rule, it mirrors the emergency rule, and there hasn't been a whole lot of controversy surrounding that. So I would anticipate the permanent rule being in place well in advance of the emergency rule expiring, which is good. Other than that, we're still moving forward on our rules. And we've had conversations with the governor's office on several of our rules, trying to keep that process moving, ones that have gotten there and they have some questions, and we go back and forth, and legislators have certain questions. So it's an ongoing conversation with all the players that are involved. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint to get some of these done, but we are continuing to make progress on the rules. So be happy to answer any questions you have.
The next issue is that we're going to address is legislation. where are we in the legislature on Chapter 11? Is there anything happening there?
That's the next, when Brian comes up, we can talk about that.
Yeah, we can talk about that. I think Kevin might have a little bit of insight too, potentially, but I don't have any additional insight, but we
Well,
can.
my question is,
Yeah.
based on the cases that have come down.
Sure.
Is there something we should be doing administratively on the present status of Chapter 11? I don't know if the legislature is going to get anything done before the next election.
Sure.
Is there something we should be doing?
Yeah, I mean, internally, we've definitely had many conversations, and we get questions all the time from various parties on how to interpret statutes that have been struck down, or pieces of the statute have been struck down or now interpreted differently, and we definitely have given advice based on what the courts have said. For the next meeting, we anticipate bringing to the board a pretty comprehensive overview of the recent cases, the changes in the law and changes how it affects our administration going forward of the law. And Chapter 11 could be blown up and completely changed, at any time as well too. So we're always sensitive to that fact as well. But we need in the interim to at least be able to provide information and guidance to those that ask us. So
Kevin and I had talked about bringing to at the October meeting a memorandum and sort of seeking the board's guidance in some of these areas of what do we do, assuming there's no changes in the law by the legislature, and there certainly won't be by October, I don't think. What do we do? How do we apply the law? How do we enforce the law? And we'll be asking the board for some guidance in October.
So we're moving on that, that's good.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely moving on.
Yeah, definitely had a plan, so it was a good question. I'm sorry I jumped ahead of you on that.
Anything else on the admin rules?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe before we break for lunch, we can just do the legislative status report.
Legislative status report.
You might not recognize Mr. Bell here.
Captain Bell.
Captain Bell.
How do you do that? Undercover?
When I'm not in uniform, I can grow the beard. So. Exercise what freedom I have.
Brian just got back from 3 weeks of duty, and so apparently they gave him time to grow some facial hair.
To work in a civilian status for a week, so it was nice.
You got some flack.
So there's just a few items I wanted to just bring some attention to that we're seeing a little bit of movement on. Starting on page 154 of your materials, the Senate Bill 47, which is regards to clerks responding to absentee ballot requests. There was a public hearing and executive session held on that. So that appears to be moving forward. Also on page 155, or excuse me, also on page 154, Assembly Bill 68 regarding to John Doe proceedings has now passed through committees in both houses. So that also hasn't been scheduled yet for any sort of floor action, but appears to be also moving forward. And then there's three bills that have been enacted to draw some attention to. On page 155, number 14 is Senate Bill 71, which allows clerks to register voters at the polling place on election day. Number 16 on page 156, which is Senate Bill 96 or Act 36, regarding changes to the recount fee structure. And then on number 17, which is Senate Bill 121 or Act 37, made various changes to election laws that county clerks had advocated for. Other than that, there's been several bills introduced outside of the floor period since the spring, but nothing that seems to be moving significantly quickly at this point.
I notice on page 157 of the 19, that's pretty much a done deal.
Yes, sir.
We're not going to see anything on it anymore, right?
We shouldn't.
I'm sorry, what's the done deal?
That's the
following.
one electing the chief judge, Judge Barlin, or Chief Justice. Do you know whether or not the former Chief Justice has initiated an appeal from the district court?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I thought that it had gone to the Seventh Circuit and they
Denied.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
See, I'm too far away.
Yeah, and 19 basically says, you know, it's not highlighted, but, you know, that change to the Constitution is in effect. We probably should have bolded that statement to
Well,
make
there's
it clear it's part of the law now. And just two other follow-up things. Based on reports, my understanding is the Senate will be in for a week, not next week, but the following week, and then the Assembly the week after that. We don't know what's on their calendars for action at this point. And there are two pieces of legislation we're waiting to see where they fall. One is the campaign finance draft bill, and again, we've had some discussions with Senator Fitzgerald's office where they've simply asked for some general information with John and his division. On the Assembly side, Representative Bernier's office is responsible for developing the campaign finance reform legislation, and in my discussions with their staff is they haven't really started any of that yet. Also, we anticipate possible agency restructuring legislation. We haven't seen anything on that yet either. Both of those bills, once we see drafts or something's introduced, immediately we'll get it to board members so that they're aware of it.
And then we've also heard from the staff that they've been reviewing the changes that the board has recommended and are still in the process of going through that, trying to figure out how to organize and approach that.
The resolution that we adopted has been a factor. We've had to send it back to them a couple times because they keep misplacing it. Yes. Otherwise, if there's any other questions about legislative action, we anticipate that this tends to be a pretty active time period for the legislature between September and early November. So you'll probably be getting a lot of updates for us, and the October meeting will probably have even more critical information.
I read this, but I don't recall, where's the John Doe bill that they've got?
It's out of committee.
That's
Out of committee, waiting to be taken to the floor.
Yeah.
It's on page 154. It's number 13. It's been passed by a committee in each house, but it's not yet. It's yet to
So there's been no floor action on it?
No, but the floor action, like I said, the Senate, not next week, but the week after, and then the Assembly the following week, is what it looks like is when they're in. We don't know what bills are on the floor yet. But that was the last I saw in terms of how they're scheduling.
So, but Senate Bill 43 hasn't had any action in the Senate by committee. Is that right?
Is that the John Doe bill?
Yeah.
No, they've had action on that as well.
Just in committee.
Just in committee.
They've only addressed Assembly Bill 68.
But if the Assembly comes in after the Senate,
Yeah.
then.
If they're identical bills, they usually decide which bill will sort of move forward. And they must have decided that it's the Assembly bill?
I don't think the Senate committee has just acted yet, that's all.
Yes. The Senate committee, they exec on their version of the bill.
So it is out?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought you said
Everything
earlier.
is identical, but.
So both of them
But
are out of
the
committee?
Senate has not yet
Yeah.
taken the actions since
Oh,
it's
okay.
come through.
Yeah, they're both out of committee. Okay.
Okay, can we break?
Time for lunch.
We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, which I think is 2 o'clock. I'm not sure where you are, Judge Lemilis.
She's still there?
enter your passcode, followed by the pound sign or hash key. If you are the moderator, press star. Please enter your moderator code, followed by pound. Your call has been placed in conference. You are the first caller to join the conference. Please wait for further participants.
Anybody there? I know, but then I heard the doohickey. So Judge Burley speaks on being optimistic, planning things out to January 2017.
January 17th.
Sure. Proposed meeting dates.
Oh, I may not be here. 17, my term ends then.
Yeah, well, Judge Farland's still here. His term ended on May 1st.
Yeah, I think the governor's waiting to see what the legislature is going to do.
Yes. Hello.
Kevin, I'm back.
Welcome back, Judge.
We're just waiting on Judge Frankie. He had to take a phone call.
Well, we're
Hey.
waiting on Judge Lamalis as well.
We don't have a quorum, right?
At the moment, we don't have a quorum. Well, actually, we do.
We do.
We do.
You got Farland and
Judge Farland.
Oh, Judge Farland.
Yeah.
We'll just vote 4-0 on everything and just
Yeah.
scoot right through here. Well, if we break before 4, I think I can make it home safely. If we break at our normal time or after, I'm staying on the road someplace. I've hit too many deer, or they've hit me. I just don't want to do it again. And they're getting to that funky time of the year where they're running all over the place.
Do you want to wait for Judge Lamalis and just proceed?
Is she on?
Well, she dropped off early. And we haven't had her back. And I haven't gotten anything from her indicating.
Okay, we're going to proceed. We'll go to item M, which is dates for the future meetings in 2016. And of course, what comes to my mind is this all academic?
Well, I think we need, I think there's a responsibility to be planning because even if the entity structure changes, it gives folks an idea of, what are key dates. Because, what, I set this up so that you can see when filing deadlines occur and why we try to time the meetings in certain ways to address those. And the biggest challenge in an even-numbered year is always that June meeting, which June 10th is the day we have to certify who's going to be on the ballot for the August primary. And it's always a very tight time frame.
Those dates all look spectacular. Let's just do them.
Well, and we always do tend to adapt during the course of the meeting, so unless there's specific concerns, this is generally the number of meetings we've planned for. Judge Lamalis?
Yes, hi.
We just scheduled all the meetings for 2016. No, we're on that particular item where people were talking about how much more detail they want, if anything, for the proposed meeting schedule for 2016.
I didn't have anything to add.
Okay.
Do we need a motion?
We can take the board's consensus to schedule the meetings as proposed. And because we will always adopt, we'll have to adapt depending on what may be presented by investigations or legislative action.
Okay.
But I would strongly encourage board members to put these on your calendar now,
Doing it right now.
so that you know that in terms of possible conflicts.
Was that by consensus or was there?
That was by
Consensus.
consensus.
Okay.
Then the question is per diem payments, item N.
I suggest, based upon the materials that we got, that we have a half a day per diem in addition to today's meeting.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. And go on, I think that the director's report, don't we?
The only thing that I would point out, or I can ask John, is there anything you want to highlight in your division?
Just the news release that appears on page 174 of your materials, which we put out. It's just sort of the top 10 most lobbied bills and the top lobbying organizations, and that generated a fair amount of press. There were a number of articles that the newspapers picked up, and we do that every 6 months. There is more detail available, but we usually just do a news release on the top 10.
Mike, anything to highlight?
Just a few quick things. I wanted to just note we do have special elections ongoing, including some for legislative offices and a number for local.
One today, right?
Yes, one today. And a number of local special elections that are listed there. So our staff has some involvement with those and with those clerks. We did note that actually today we're updating the statistics for our 4-year maintenance process, which the initial statistics were published and sent to the legislature, and we're updating them as of what we received yesterday for clerk activity for that.
I'm having a terrible time hearing
I'm sorry.
the discussion.
Okay, I'm sorry, Judge Barlin. I was just noting a few items quickly. One is that we have some special elections that our staff has some involvement in over the summer and fall. We've updated our 4-year voter maintenance statistics, which is noted on page 184 as of the end of August. We had a fairly extensive excerpt about our biennial accessibility report, which was published since the board's last meeting, I believe. And then finally, just a note about the complaint spreadsheet that is in your board packet. All of the election ones are really public, but we provide that spreadsheet to the board in its folders, and we've been keeping that spreadsheet updated, and really only have a few complaints that are outstanding at this point on the election side.
Sherry, is there anything you want to highlight other than the fact that you are doing everything with Julie and Mike having left?
Just that it's really trying times right now to get everything done with no financial staff.
So we're all learning how to process our own travel vouchers. And the only other thing that I would point out, if board members have any questions, this is our first chance to talk about the LAB audit. You were provided with the final version as well as the draft that we had to discuss, and I think overall that it was very productive, and I want to thank Reed for the work he did in preparing, particularly in implementing Judge Barlin's marching orders to cut things down very well. So I think we made our points in 3 pages just as effectively as we could have in the original 20-page response.
I think it's 10. Well, actually, it was 6.
The limit was 10.
We cut it to half.
Yeah. The board members have any, I don't know if board members have any additional questions or comments on anything. Then we can prepare ourselves to go into closed session. We may need a few minutes for Wisconsin I to break down, but we need a motion first.
I move we go into closed session.
I'll second it.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 We're in going to closed section. We'll take about a couple minutes so we can clear the room.
Yeah, we just need Wisconsin. The only person, the non-affected person is Wisconsin I, who's turned off your camera, right? I do expect that we will have one phone call participant, plus we're anticipating at 1:30. We made reference to some participants joining us. And we'll start the closed session with a little update of what's in your packet.
All right, thank you.
Ban somebody from getting their basic needs met without criminal prosecution, because in my mind, that takes away somebody's rights.
And as I said, there were 3 cases that were actually prosecuted. There were 19 cases actually referred.
Mhm.
So they're not being referred. But I do want to give the agency some tools.